difficult and more with all those different vocabularies in my own practice. So,
yeah. Yeah, I want to get a bit more into this, but first I want to ask Paweł, can you describe the way you draw traditional forms of music into your playing?
Okay, so yes, I'm using basically in our work, in my work, also solo projects and also with Bastarda, many different sources, cultural sources that are traditional sources of music. One big thing we developed like kind of a language of interpreting medieval music. But yeah, I will tell it later what we are doing. But medieval music, European medieval music, Renaissance music, and also folk music, which in particular we recorded an album which is based on Hasidic Nigunim songs. What the fuck? I'm sorry, Hasidic Nigunim songs. Then on the fourth album we moved to Fado music, Portuguese traditional music, and then on the latest album we also showed Polish folk tunes in a way they correspond with changes of the seasons, seasons, like a cycle kind of thing. And now at Unsound, on Unsound, we did this show with Jazz, which is circassian music. And basically we showed the circassian music because the band is amazing, but we kind of glued this, like we put a kind of a pillow of harmony and tried to connect the languages of two bands, because Bastarda, like for a few years, developed a specific kind of language of interpreting this traditional music. Basically, it's instrumental music. It's contrabass, clarinet, cello, and clarinet. And this combination of instruments gives us very dark, kind of moody and slow and nocturnal and kind of sad color. And it also affects what we choose. Yeah, so we don't choose, for example, happy village song. Yeah, which like because we can play this like and we hate this. So what we want to do is to be sincere, yeah, and to tell our story using the sources, traditional sources, and why we chose, for example, sacred music or liturgy or religious music from medieval centuries, or why we used folk tunes. For me, the answer is very simple. We chose it not only because the music is beautiful, but we chose it because there is no ego behind the music. There is no composers of this. There are composers, but for example, in the medieval times, they didn't use basically their names. It's like it was like anonymous. The same thing with the folk music and Hasidic music. There are no autographs. There are no authors of the music. So when you think about it in a cultural context, this is the truth. This is the truth of the music, because it comes from a very deep need of translating rituals or translating big things in life in a musical way. So it's like a prayer, it's like summoning the rain or whatever. Yeah. And the same thing happened with Jazz. yeah, I felt immediately that the truth behind it, and this is like something like very deep and deep authentic, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I want to ask you both actually a bit more about this idea of interpretation and thinking particularly about the ways in which the forms you're working in are open to or require interpretation. So, Pavel, so as I understand it, medieval music may not even be a full score. It's a memory device even without full details, you know. And then sort of Indian Carnatic music has an element of improvisation in it. Mm-hmm. So can you both talk a bit about the actual kind of, you know, practical ways in which that affects what you're playing and what you're using to play?
Like in this particular project with Shackleton, I don't think that we are interpreting anything. We just took like very basic idea of drone and the relation between drone and the melody, and we composed our own music based on it. So there's no interpretation. But when I play with Indian musicians and like exactly in this tradition. At the beginning, when I started playing with them, I was trying to play as close to their tradition as possible, but it wasn't possible for me actually to get even close. I mean, I concentrated on rhythm, and I was playing ragas, but in my own way. But I had this ambition to be very close to this tradition, but kind of it is impossible when you're living here. Mm-hmm. And you don't have everyday practice with this music.
And 10 years is still baby.
10 years
right?
is nothing. You need, generations to be able to really get to the certain level of this traditional playing. Same like in Western classical music. So this is like exactly the same. So right now, when I'm playing with them, I kind of gave up pretending that I'm someone else, so to say, and I'm still learning their vocabulary, but I'm trying to build a common language, like common ground, where we meet and we actually make something new. So. In our practice right now, there's also no interpretation. It's like new music which we're composing, which is based on certain vocabulary which comes from Carnatic music and from my Western music experience.
And is there an element of improvisation?
Yeah, there's a lot of improvisation, and Carnatic music, as you said, and Indian music in general, is based on improvisation. In Carnatic music, there's also a lot of compositions, but they are never played the same way. And and improvisation is like, it's all about improvisation. It's all about the way you hear the raga, how you can show its development.
Does that relate in how? I mean, I kind of want to also talk to you about the other sort of traditional forms you draw on. So I know you play the kaen from Laos. So can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, this is like a funny story, because I found my first kaen in Chicago in a music store, which doesn't exist anymore. I think it was Andy's Music, and there were like instruments from whole planet, like I don't know, hundreds or thousands of instruments, and I found this weird-looking thing on a wall. And had no idea what it is, and actually I took it upside down and started playing it, and then I realized that something is wrong. But I bought it, and because it seemed like really interesting to me, and started playing it knowing nothing about Laotanian music or Thai music, because they use kaen in Laos and in northern Thailand. So later on I started listening to kaen masters and trying to pick up the articulations and the way of their playing. But I cannot say that I know a lot about traditional kaen playing. I'm using it in my own way, actually using a lot of Carnatic rhythms playing on it, because like I don't know if you are familiar with the kaen. It's basically mouth harmonica, which has like long bamboo pipes and with the small brass reeds inside. So you just exhale and inhale and close the holes in those bamboo pipes, and that's how you produce the sound. So it's pretty interesting that you can have your mouth completely free. And you can use a lot of articulations, like you would sing or talk, and it kind of fits very well with the konakol, which is Indian rhythm language, like takadimi takajenen. So all the Indian musicians, all the percussionists, before they play, they learn how to speak or sing the rhythms. So there's a lot of vocabularies, like syllables for those rhythms. And actually you can speak those rhythms while playing kaen, and it gives amazing rhythmical articulations. So that's basically what I do on kaen, if that makes sense.
Yeah, sure. Pavel, can you talk a bit about... Oh, no question yet. Here, I've got one.
Why don't you play kaen?
I can't remember the question.
No, I want to ask if you can explain a bit more about what source material you're working with in your different projects in terms of documentation or recordings. What's the...
Oh my God, there's a lot. Like, but maybe I will tell you about one project. My first ever recorded solo debut album on the clarinet, which interpreted the 5 big religious traditions from the Mediterranean area culture heritage, kind of, yeah. So we've got Catholic tradition, which is like very old chant, Gregorian chant. And we've got Orthodox Church tradition. We've got Sufi, Islam and / Sufi tradition, which is mystical Islam kind of, yeah. We've got Judaic tradition, and we've got Baha'i tradition. So I chose 5 different traditions. And I chose only simple melodies from the liturgy music of these particular traditions. It was in the original. It was sang, so it was singing. Yeah, so the choir or chanting, and I translated these songs, which were I was trying to find as old as it possible. It's like as old source as it is, like notated or publicated somewhere or whatever. So basically it was monodies, not a polyphony, but monophony, yeah? Monophonic melodies. So it was simple to translate these ritual songs or religious kind of prayers into the clarinet.
So what was the earliest recording?
I think it was when I play the Catholic, for example, tradition. I play Magnificat Anime Mea Dominium. So I play. It's from the 11th century, I think, notated in the 11th century. But of course, it was even earlier. But anyway, it's like notated somewhere that in the 11th century or 12th century you've got this. In the Hasidic or Jewish music, it's like 18th century, the start of Nigunim language. Anyway, I wanted to go back to my thought because what I did is I translated this chant into the clarinet. So I improvise around these tunes, showing their color and expression, because, for example, in the synagogue, the singers sing more like and the synagogue responds. So it's more powerful. In a Catholic church, there's like it's like very soft, yeah. So in Islam, it's like totally different. You've got microtones, and like, every tradition is totally different in expression, ornamentation, and the way of showing the melody. And I wanted to show it on the clarinet, but then I realized that in every tradition, and this is like the most important thing about this kind of particular work I did, that every tradition, even though it's different kind of a language or expression or an ornamentation, each tradition has the same structure, which is the harmony center. Yeah, each tradition starts the melody and it comes back to the center, to the one note, like, and it's really good to hear in the Orthodox church tradition. You've got also, there is a function of choir or a singer, the basso profundo that goes like a drone, one note. They are doing it in a church, and on this, the melody appears, yeah? But it appears and it's like, sing the so the melody is like and so on and so on. So I can't sing, but
It's
basically,
good. I didn't think this was going to be a performance as well as a talk.
it comes to the one note. So I thought this is the God in music. This is the God. The one note, that the melodies from a Jewish tradition, fucking Catholic tradition, Orthodox tradition, Sufi tradition, every this tradition comes to the same, to the one note, basically. And you've got this in all music. You've got tonica, how do you say in English?
Tonic.
Tonic center, yeah. So you've got this in pop music, in like jazz fucking music, in blues music, in it's like, so I realized this is like universal need of a human being, of a homo sapiens expression as a biological and spiritual being. And yeah, I don't know if I answered your question, though.
I think you did, and more, so thanks. Because actually, I want to ask a bit more of a perhaps like troublesome question about this idea of drawing traditional forms of music into sort of contemporary practice, and about kind of how you both either struggle with or think about ideas of authenticity and appropriation and interpretation. Yeah, a rather big question, but it's an important one to ask, I think.
I mean, everything we learned at certain time in our life. So, like we both grew up in Poland. So, first experience of music I had was classical music, and that's what I learned. But if I would grow up somewhere else, I would. No, if I would grow up in India, I would probably play Indian classical music. But my point is that if you are a musician, you have this need to develop your language. And my approach was always like, I'm looking around and taking everything what is interesting for me and what I can master somehow, and put it into my own vocabulary and my own musical practice. And for a very long time, to be honest, I didn't think about authenticity in this realm. Like I was just doing it because it was fun and it was interesting for me. And I started learning Indian music because it's amazing culture, and when something is so interesting for me, I really want to understand it and to learn it. Like, you know, this kind of obsessions. So I have this kind of approach to many different things which I admire, but I don't understand yet. I just want to understand them and learn them and use them in my own practice and to develop my language, basically. But definitely there is another layer of how far we can go, taking different heritage to our own music, and definitely it doesn't make, in my opinion, it doesn't make sense to pretend that you are from different culture that you really are. And after all, I think that that it is okay to take as much of other cultures as you want, as long as all the tools or all the vocabulary is well integrated. If it says something more than just connecting different
and just
different
imitation.
tools. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that if you are able to say something by using different cultures, languages, I think that is all right, as long as you respect those cultures, and as long as you really are able to say something more than just connecting those traditions. No, this was the question.
This is yeah.
And in my case, what interests me in my work and how it changes my music. Yeah, this was the question.
Yeah, about how I'm interested in terms of, especially the theme of the festival, how you think about interpretation and authenticity and appropriation in terms of your own music.
Okay, so about the authenticity, I told you at the beginning, the deep authentic situation in the sources I collected. It's because it's like from a really deep spiritual or a ritual need to express, in music way. But for me, the music as it is, it's also, of course, interesting, and the sounds and all these scales and stuff like that. But really, I'm a completely self-taught musician, and I studied ethnography and I studied cultural anthropology. So this is what interests me more, the cultural context of a phenomenon, which is a song, for example. So where it come from? Why do we use this? Why do we use this kind of language? What it gives to people in the village or in the city or in the church? How it corresponds with life, with everyday life, or with holiday, yeah, like a sacred. Yeah, so this cultural context really interests me, and this is basically music is cool, yeah, but people behind it is like more to me. The more information I give,
And
I
those social aspects.
Yes, social. Yeah, thank you. Social aspect and cultural aspect, and the people behind it. So when I listen to the Jerpejesh, for example, the project we played yesterday, I listened to this music, but I didn't want to, because we were like corresponding and kind of exchanging ideas, blah blah blah, and I wrote to Buat Kalilov, man, like we can't do this like this. Like I can't see you, I don't feel your presence. Like what the fuck is like. You are sending me some files, I will send you some files. No, we have to meet in Krakow, sit, talk, drink coffee, tea, wine, whatever, eat good food, yeah, and sit and talk. And This is the music for me, the relationship between people. And then when we entered the stage, after this kind of 2 days of rehearsals, I'm sorry. Of course, we did the rehearsals, like proper rehearsals. Of course, yeah. But it wasn't too long. My brain is working very fast. You know, I'm a kind of a guy who leaves everything for the last minute. Like, oh, tomorrow they are coming, so I fucking. Yeah, this, okay, this I will connect here, and I will connect, okay, this is the drum, oh, great, yeah, wait, I have to play. And it's like 1 hour of this kind of brain machine fucker, and then it is. Then the whole concert was like invented in like 1 hour, and then I came to the rehearsal, and I told them this, like, okay, you start with this, we go this, then you go change, blah, blah, blah. They were like sitting, what the fuck, man? Great, thanks, like amazing. And we started to play these ideas, and it was like consistent kind of a story, narration. Again, it's not a musical kind of ideas, but it's a narrative kind of ideas. So I wanted just to tell the story about Circassian music, connecting, showing different stuff. And then we sat at the table, we drank this coffee and this tea and this wine. And we talked to each other, and we get the second rehearsal was like immediate communication. They're from like fucking Far East, Russia, South Caucasian, like far away culture, yeah. And here Poland, like Unsound. But we like sat the other day at the rehearsal, and we just played it like. It happened like this. And one more anecdote. When I listened to, I'm like coffee getting. So yeah, when I listened to the last song, I chose the last song for the show. Because they recorded many songs, I chose 7 of their songs. And I felt, okay, this is the beautiful ending, yeah, this song. And I didn't know what they sing about. I didn't know the texts, the contexts. Of course, I asked Buat the day after the first rehearsal that maybe you should tell me what it's about. But when on the first rehearsal, I told them, hey, this is the beautiful ending of the show. Because for me, it's like, zmartwychwstanie?
Resurrection.
For me, it's like a resurrection. Mm-hmm. So there is a sadness in this song, but there is the kind of a hope, yeah? And I feel this is the hope. And you know what the text was about? It was about soldier and his girlfriend who wanted to marry him. And he told her, man, it's war. We can't marry. It's war. Like everyone's fucking firing guns and like, why do you want to marry me? Oh, we have to marry. And then he got wounded with a bullet. And when they took the bullet out of him, he decided to marry her because he was so weak. And they got married, but the day after they got married, he died. And the girl became a soldier. So it is kind of a resurrection. So basically, I didn't know what it's about. Yeah, but this is the folks. Yeah. Yeah. So but I felt the energy. Yeah. Yeah. And this was coming only from the musical aspect of the. Yeah. So these are the very very interesting situation in my life and in music in my work. That are interesting for me and inspirative to do shit.
I think that's really interesting. You mentioned resurrection, and I'm quite interested in asking you both about how you think about, or whether you think about ideas of sort of preservation and heritage in terms of folk music forms being sort of a living tradition. And there's obviously huge debates in various areas about the proper way or the proper way to not do things. But is performing music like this part of do you think about sort of preserving or continuing the life of forms of traditional or folk music?
Me personally, I don't try to preserve any tradition. But there are people who are doing it really great. There's this amazing movement in Polish folk, Polish traditional music. There's a lot of people who really understood those traditions and actually are teaching next generations. I'm speaking mostly about people who are living in cities, who would go to the villages and learn from the village masters, and took those folk traditions from the villages to the cities. So this is actually a really beautiful movement, which, it's great to observe it, because when I was in elementary school or even in high school, nobody was actually, very few people would do this. And I even remember that in elementary school, teachers would laugh from folk music,
and
or maybe when you play out of tune on violin, they would say you sound like a folk musician, like complete no understanding of this, and this actually changed. So I'm really happy about this, because those traditions are great and beautiful. But me personally, I just trying to play music which I would like to hear, and probably not so more beyond that.
Paweł, how do you think about music as a...
I've got the same situation. Like, I'm not preserving any tradition. There are a lot of bands and beautiful musicians who are doing it. They're doing this work, like, which is kind of it's kind of scientific approach. So you dig into this and you try to show it how it was, maybe, yeah. So you have this historical approach, and the same appears in early music. For example, yeah, you've got this in Basel, you've got this Scola Gregoriana Pergensis, Scola Gregoriana Basiliensis, whatever, and they learn the historical approach, how it could sound like 500 years ago or 600 years ago, how it could sound. So they look at the manuscripts, they look at the paintings, they build instruments from the paintings. So we've got this Baroque lute or whatever, yeah? And they are like really deep diving there. And what we do is not this, yeah. What we do is, like Václav said, and I have the same like reflection, that I want to play my music, yeah. But it's not like an egoistic. I'm not like kind of, my music is the best, yeah, and this medieval, like, it's cool. No,
I think your music
is not like this. It's not like this. What I want to do is play my music because it's sincere again. Yeah, it's my music. This is my language, but I use the deep meaning of a history in the music or the context. For example, short example, you've got these medieval chants. What happens there? There is before it is the medieval music is before major minor this major minor system, yeah. So you've got totally different tensions in the music. It's more kind of a cloud of a prayer, which basically is built on a movement of the counterpoints in the music. So it's like all the time moving, not like our present music or later areas in the music that you got. It's not like this, yeah? You got no repetition. It's like you've got all constant movement, and for example, you've got two voices or three voices. I can't sing three voices. I can't sing at all, but
Yeah.
but you've got this movement of the counterpoints, And this inspires me, like the structure. So what we did is just to grab this idea from the medieval music, and basically what we have, medieval music is like a sketchbook, like this. The notation is like you've got no specific interpretation of the notes. It's very simple. It's like melody on the lines, like very simple. No tempos, no fermatas, no composers like. Crescendo, diminuendo, no, nothing like this. It's like this basically most of the medieval music are not autographs. So these notes that were found in the churches, it wasn't an autograph. It wasn't from the composer. It was from musicians that rehearsed, and they przekazywali sobie. They sang, they learned, and after 100 years, you've got this source which is like, okay, this is the same melody, like fuck. 100 years before we had the same melody, but there are some differences, yeah? So musicologists see it and they're like, this like, there is a difference in this, something like, yeah, but what I felt from this is like, okay, this is a very oral tradition of transposing the music, and also very open, because they were jamming around this. Yeah. So they were like kind of improvising. So what we did was also kind of, we jammed around these melodies, and we developed a way which is kind of also early music way of interpreting, which is viola Bastarda or alla Bastarda method. The name of our band comes from this. And this is the method to play music when you've got three voices motet or a song. The viola Bastarda, because it was viola da gamba mostly playing this, it was improvising between the voices. So the guy was also, of course, a virtuoso in that time. He was, okay, the first voice like goes this, and I will go to the second one, and he was improvising, yeah? So then we, again, took this from this, the idea. Yeah, so we've got these ideas, but finally we've got our music, which is very natural for us, and yeah, and it's sincere. Oh fuck, it's too long. My talking is too long. Yeah.
No, it's good.
I'm so sorry. I will stop now.
I think we've like managed to cram in like a micro history of many forms of music in this conversation. It's really good. But I want to invite anyone. Has anyone got any questions? Actually, I think we. Before we get into talking about another 3,000 years of music, I think we should answer some questions. So does anyone in the room have any questions you want to ask?
Pavel, do you have some questions?
Yeah?
Sorry.
Oh, I can repeat it. Yeah.
Oh, I can sing.
Yeah, sing it, please.
I was interested to hear from Václav about this idea of universality in music, because I think Pavel spoke about it, this idea of finding one note or maybe some melodies which repeat and exist. And I'm interested to hear from Václav about if you felt that when you were studying Carnatic music, were there things which you saw as essentialist between the two Western traditions and Eastern traditions, or was it completely different?
Have you found the eternal
Yeah.
I'm still looking for eternal Om.
Aren't we all?
Yeah, but for me, like the universality in music is basically sound and vibration, universal Om. And if you are able to find the way of expressing sound in a way it is transformative for you or maybe for the audience, I think this is the goal. So, and whatever it takes to get to this place, it makes sense to do it. Like, so in my case, all those studies which I did on different forms of music takes me all the time, step forward to this holy grail, like, which is this universal language of music, which I would like to achieve at some moment, to be able to play, I don't know, just one note and express some kind of, universal energy. I know it sounds maybe a little bit pathetic, but yeah, but that's how I feel about music. So. Yeah, and definitely in Indian music, you can find a lot of knowledge of how to do this, or how it used to be done in like centuries ago. There's this big science about ragas, like what ragas. How ragas can influence your life, your spirit, your body. And yeah, this is like really beautiful, amazing codified knowledge by old Indian saints. But I probably don't go that deep to this. For me, it's more like trying to find interesting aspect, musically interesting aspect to me, and integrating them into my set of musical tools. And trying to express, as honest music as possible later on. I don't know if I answered your question.
It was a good answer, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions? And are there any questions that need to be fed from online? I don't know who's managing. So.
Hi, thanks. So folk music is often thought of as being linked to a place, which is interesting, because I think you've talked about how it travels a lot as well. But classically, it's thought of being linked to a place. So I was wondering if, when you play this kind of hybrid music in different places around the world, do you get different reactions? Does it mean something different to different audiences?
This is a great question, because it is our big problem with Bastarda, because we are not this historical approach or whatever, but we were invited into this world of musicologists. We were invited for the international project HERA, and this project was about basically kind of a musicology scientific project, how medieval culture or medieval music corresponds with present times, how it can be there. So they invited us because we are present, and you play, your music is great, but you play medieval, amazing. And we started to play in churches. And for the more conservative audience, older audience, and imagine that we are in Basel, where the
In Basel, in Switzerland.
in Basel, Basel, no, Utrecht. We were in Utrecht, playing for those musicologists and these old guys everywhere. And I felt there is whoa, because they are so focused on looking for the text, like historical text, and suddenly Michael Gurczyński on the contrabass clarinet, he's doing, and they're sitting like, what the fuck is this, man? And I felt the wall. And then we played 2 days after at Unsound, or at New Music Festival in Gdańsk, where a lot of people, young people, and I tell them, listen, this is 600 years old music. I don't know why we're playing on the New Music Festival, but yeah, cool. And they were like, yeah, amazing. So it was totally different, and the context of the venue is also totally changing because it gives us basically totally good energy to crash the walls or to change the tempos or the intensity of music, because when you play, for example, a very quiet note in a beautiful venue with big reverb, you can play very few notes and it's enough. But when you play in a Alchemia club, you have to play more, yeah? And the audience is different. The audience gives you some energy, and it's always like you feel this on stage totally. If they are, like yesterday, I totally felt the audience that they are focused on what we are doing, that you were listening and you were like focused in a, I felt very clear way. You were clear as an audience. You were not judging. And when I finally answering your question, final sentence is that when I saw, for example, in festival of in Grudziądz medieval festival, and we went there playing Ars Moriendi music for funerals and death rituals from Renaissance music mostly, and very old ladies, like after the mass, they stayed in the church for the show. And then I realized what I have to do to crash the wall between us, because it was so present, the wall, like they didn't get it, what we are doing. So I started to talk to them, and I talked what we do, and I talked and I connected with them in a intellectual, on the intellectual level. And when we had the connection on the intellectual level, and I talked, okay, this is the piece that are for agonies, and the composer composed this for his deathbed. They had to sing this at his deathbed, blah, 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 blah. And they have this context, and then we start to play. And the reaction was much better.
Once you'd explained this idea of a living tradition and reinterpretation and not about accuracy. Yeah, I think that's great. We've got like 2 minutes. Is there any final questions? Very short ones. I don't think so. Okay, I want to say thank you so much to both of you for being such brilliant, articulate panelists, and for all those thoughts about. I think I'm really fascinated by the way that sort of folk and traditional music, kind of the way they relate to what I would think of as sort of contemporary improvisational forms, and the demands that it places on musicians, or the freedom it gives you in terms of creating something brand new from something very, very old, which I think is obviously particularly interesting as it relates to this idea of deep, authentic. But thank you very much to both of you for coming, and thanks to everyone for tuning in and coming to the room. Thanks.
Okay, great. Well, I'm just going to introduce myself. My name's Aaron Benanov. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at Humboldt University of Berlin, and I wrote a book called Automation and the Future of Work. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of the themes from that book today. I'm going to talk about this kind of new wave of thinking about automation and the way that the people I call the automation theorists see the world and think about like the major problems that we're experiencing in the economy today. I'm going to give you a little account of what I think is wrong with this automation-based perspective, and then I'm going to show you some of the ways that we can take the more idealist or utopian kind of visionary aspects of the automation discourse and make them in a way much more practical and realizable for the world that we actually live in. So just to get started here with some background, here are just some recent books that have come out about automation. Maybe most recently, A World Without Work by Daniel Susskind. These ideas really broke into the mainstream in the last few years with Andrew Yang, who ran for the nomination of the Democratic Party for president. But basically what unites these books, and they kind of appear really across a wide political spectrum, is the idea that we're living in an age of accelerating technological change, which is going to bring about the end of work as we know it. And the way I see it, there's four major ideas or propositions that guide this automation theory. The first one is they say, look around you. Workers are already being displaced by ever more advanced machines and robots. The second thesis is that this displacement is a sign that we're on the verge of achieving a fully or largely automated society. Automation should entail our liberation from work, but because most people have to work in order to live, this could turn out to be a real nightmare for society. And fourth, the only way to prevent this nightmare of mass unemployment is to implement UBI and transition to a post-scarcity world. Now, the automation theorists cite all different kinds of evidence for this thesis. And of course, it makes a lot of sense when you look at factories like the Tesla production plant, which was in Fremont, California, now moved to Texas, where Elon Musk is pushing towards lights out production with like no actual human beings in the factory. You can also think about all of these recent advances in machine learning, neural networks, the push forward towards artificial intelligence and kind of bringing that into the economy in various ways. And then alongside the emergence of these technologies, they point out really disturbing trends in the economy. Trends like jobless recoveries, the fact that after every downturn in the economy, it takes longer and longer for the people who've lost their jobs to find new ones. And that's what this graph here is showing you. It's just showing you decade by decade, business cycle by business cycle, the economy is taking longer and longer to recover, at least when it comes to working people. And alongside this increase in jobless recoveries, we also see a growing inequality. This divergence, there's a very famous graph of it for the US, this one's for the OECD as a whole, showing that this divergence between wages and productivity. Workers are producing more and more per hour, but their wages are stagnating, and that's causing rising inequality. And then, of course, more dramatically, we've seen the rise of, these titans like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos fighting to be the first people to put a man on Mars, and sending these giant rockets into space over the heads of, coughing and sick people down here on planet Earth. And so the question, which these automation theorists are trying to answer is, what's the connection, on the one hand, between the rise of all of these brilliant technologies, on the other hand, these political and social troubles like jobless recoveries, employment insecurity, rising inequality, and so on. So the question that my book tries to answer is precisely that one. Is automation really responsible for the growing difficulty workers face finding or holding on to jobs? Now, if the automation theorists were right, one of the big claims that I make in the book is that if they were right, we should be able to see evidence of this in the standard economic statistics. It should just be the case that if workers are being replaced more and more by machines, the remaining workers should seem to be getting more and more productive, because the few workers who are remaining employed would now be, working with machines to produce more and more goods per hour. But it just doesn't look like that in the statistics. So here's just a graph of the United States manufacturing sector productivity levels. This is like, how much output per hour you get from a worker in a factory like Tesla plant, but across the whole sector in the United States. And what you see is that during this time when we've had all of these claims about all of these amazing technological changes that are happening in industry with all of these advanced robotics and so on, productivity is actually totally flatlined in the manufacturing sector and industry. And it's not just in industry, it's actually true for the economy as a whole. Instead of seeing this really dramatic upswing in how much we produce per hour in the productivity of workers, the past decade or two have actually seen the lowest increases in productivity that have been recorded in the post-war period. And here I'm just showing you the US, Japan, and Germany, which are supposed to be some of the most automated economies in the world. And while this is happening, while this productivity slowdown, the opposite of what we would expect, where the automation theorists right, while that's taking place, we're also seeing a really dramatic slowdown in the growth rates of economies as a whole. Like decade by decade, these big advanced economies are just growing more and more slowly. And that's the phenomenon that I want to point to explain the kind of the themes that the automation theorists are picking up on. So I'm saying it's not that rates of job destruction are accelerating due to brilliant new technologies being brought into the economy. The real problem is that the pace of job creation is slowing down. Fewer new jobs are being created to replace those that are being lost. Now, this is a phenomenon that's kind of, people are starting to talk about it more in the economy, and especially in relationship to the corona pandemic and kind of people starting to talk about what the aftermath of that pandemic will look like economically. What we've seen is that really this trend of slowing economies, what economists call secular stagnation, has been unfolding for a very long time. In fact, about, what is that, 60 years ago, in the 1960s, economies would grow at about 5% per year on average. Even before the corona crisis, the advanced economies were growing at a pace of about 1.5% per year, so less than a third of the pace that they used to grow at. Why is this happening? Why are economies stagnating? Why aren't economies not generating the kind of job growth that they used to generate that was necessary to create stability for most people? So one way to think about this that I talk about in the book, and here I'm just going to give you a really brief introduction to it, has to do with globalization. This graph is just showing that, something everybody knows. Since the 1970s, the world economy has become more and more dependent on trade. And the idea of the economists was that everyone was going to benefit from this trade. Trade was going to, create opportunities for people in every country to specialize, trade with one another, and benefit from growth. But during this period when globalization really dramatically increased, what we saw instead, as I was showing you before, and here this is just really standard economic data from the World Trade Organization, which is definitely not trying to present a bad picture of what's going on. What we see is that growth rates, especially in industry, which is the main kind of sector of the economy involved in world trade, growth rates have just really slowed down significantly. So it's the opposite of what the economists said was going to happen. So why is this happening? My argument is that globalization was supposed to generate trade complementarities, like groups specializing in different things, but instead it generated trade redundancies. Companies trying to compete to produce the same types of goods in ever more overcrowded global markets. And so as productive capacities expanded worldwide, the result was rising industrial overcapacity and slowing rates of investment. So instead of generating a new era of rapid growth, globalization and the technological diffusion it was associated with actually resulted in this long-term slowdown in the world economy. And as that was happening, we saw wave after wave of deindustrialization spread across the world. When people talk about globalization and its effects, they'll say, okay, yeah, maybe countries like the UK, the US, Italy, those countries are deindustrializing, but that must be because all of these jobs are moving to the global south. That's not really true. Even countries like Brazil and South Africa have been deindustrializing now for about 40 years, countries that are experiencing what economists call premature deindustrialization. And then you might think, okay, well, that must be because all of these jobs are moving to China. But actually, China also deindustrialized in the 1990s. So many jobs were lost in China in the 90s, way more than were lost in Europe. It's only in the early 2000s that China, by grabbing much larger shares of the world market, was able to reindustrialize and gain back the jobs that had been lost. But then China also started to deindustrialize in 2013. And in fact, according to the UN, the whole world has been deindustrializing since the early 2010s. So what's really going on here, one aspect of what I'm saying is that with globalization, we saw this really dramatic increase in trade redundancies, slowing investment, basically a lot of jobs in manufacturing either disappearing or not appearing. But what happened alongside of that is that nothing replaced industry as a growth engine for the world economy, especially not in the service sector. People talk about a transition, like we've all seen this, a transition from an industrial to a service-based economy. Most of the people in this room probably work in some kind of service. That's the main thing generating employment in the economy today. But what they don't talk about is that this transition was associated with a slowdown in rates of productivity growth, in economic growth, and in a persistently low demand for labor, by which I mean that people are experiencing widespread job and employment insecurity. So the result is that with this transition from an industrial to a service-based economy, we've seen low rates of growth, high rates of and underemployment, and spreading insecurity and precarity. Meanwhile, and this is a more technical side of the argument that I don't get that into in the book, I would say that machine learning and neural networks, although they are really interesting and transformative technologies, they're just not going to produce the breakthrough to generalized artificial intelligence that would be required to kind of get the economy technologically out of this rut. So how does this view on the problem change our sense of the politics? If the problem isn't that brilliant new technologies are spreading through the economy, turning everyone, replacing everyone with robots and computers, and creating a world where there's just an immense amount of goods, but no one has the money to buy them. What if that's not the story? What if it's really about slowing growth and stagnating economies that can't create jobs? How does that change our view on things? Well, a big part of the automation story has been this idea of UBI. And that was also the claim that Andrew Yang made in his big presidential run. Humanity first. We have all these machines, now we need to put money in people's hands. And one thing that's really interesting to me is that advocacy for UBI has really expanded across the political spectrum. You have people like Charles Murray, who's an infamous racist who wrote a book called The Bell Curve, that revived all of these racist theories about intelligence. He's been advocating UBI, and then on the other hand, you have people on the far left talking about UBI as a way to bring about a kind of communist future. One of the ways I intervene in this discussion is I say, look, if the automation theorists were right, the main issue we would face today would be one of distribution. The big problem would be that we have so much stuff we're making with robots, but as I said before, no one can afford it. It would be a distributional problem. We just need to put money in people's hands. My argument is that the problem we face instead has to do with production. It has to do with something going wrong in the way we organize the economy. Production is slowing down, and we can't solve that merely by changing the way we distribute things. So one way to kind of get at that essential difference is to think about how this is a graph of the rate of basically investment, like how much rich, wealthy people and corporations are taking the money they earn and reinvesting it in expanding the economy. And what's happened over time in the course of this big slowdown in the economy is that companies and wealthy people are just investing less and less overall. This is for the United States, but it's also a big problem in large parts of the world. And in response to the threat of that this disinvestment makes for society, what have we seen? We've seen governments making all of these efforts to revive stagnant economies in ever more radical ways. Governments have spent 50 years imposing austerity on populations. And there's a lot of worry that, once the corona crisis sort of is drawing to a close, we're going to see the return of these kinds of austerity again. Governments have been removing labor protections, trying to make it easier, trying to say to companies, look, you can employ people, you can fire them whenever you need, just invest and create jobs. If you can't support these people, you can just get rid of them. And also, governments have been taking on just massive amounts of debt. People talk about the 1950s and 60s as the era of Keynesianism, when governments were spending money to kind of stimulate the economy. But actually, one of the things my book shows is that that's more been a phenomenon of the 1970s, 80s, 90s, and today. It's really in the recent period that governments have been taking on massive debts to try to stimulate the economy. And what we see is that even though they're doing this, it's not really creating the revival of growth that they expect. So a big question that I'm asking is, can we look at this threat of disinvestment in a slow-growing economy? How can we render this threat that businesses and very rich people are making, how can we render that threat inoperative? And also, in a kind of more utopian direction, can we get to this kind of post-scarcity world that the automation theorists are talking about without automation? How can we kind of bring about the better world that these people are describing if the technologies that their story relies on aren't really coming into existence? And in the book, in order to think about that, I look back at a very long tradition, going back 500 years, all the way to thinkers like Thomas More, who wrote Utopia, which I think is a much more interesting and in some ways a more practical book than the word utopia used as a kind of epithet actually implies. One of the lines from Thomas More that I find very inspiring is he said, in Utopia, no one is a pauper or beggar. And though no one has anything, all are rich. For what greater wealth can there be than to be completely spared any anxiety and to live with a joyful and tranquil frame of mind, with no worries about making a living? And I think that idea, the idea that abundance isn't something that requires really brilliant technologies that are going to come one day but haven't appeared yet. Instead, there's an idea in More and in thinkers influenced by him, people like, Marx, but also maybe even Keynes, and a whole range of thinkers that I include in a kind of post-scarcity tradition. There's an idea here that abundance isn't about some technological breakthrough. It's a social relationship. It's about creating a society where everybody feels secure that they have what they need. And that really opens up their worlds, and it makes them able to be free in a different way. And the thinkers in this kind of post-scarcity tradition that I refer to in my book, they think about this as something that we can achieve now with the technologies we have, rather than something we have to wait for in order to, we have to wait for artificial intelligence in order to get us there. And so in the book and in a new book I'm working on, I try to think about, what that would look like. Like, how do we get to post-scarcity without automation? And I provide 4 basic ideas for what we would have to do to get there now. One is that we'd really have to re-gear the economy to make sure that everyone gets access to basic goods and services and even basic income, but now integrated into a different understanding of the economy. So, to live in a world where people have access to housing, transportation, communication, education, healthcare, childcare, and so on, that these things would be provided, that they would be guaranteed to people. They couldn't be taken away from them. And then, of course, that raises the question, why would people work in a world where they have these guarantees? And that's always been a claim made. That was something people said about why we shouldn't get rid of slavery, why we shouldn't have a welfare state. All the time, this threat that people won't work is how people with power respond to this dream of a post-scarcity world. But what we know is that actually people can like their jobs. It's just that most people don't like their jobs today because they have no control over what that work looks like. They don't know what the purpose is of their jobs. They don't have autonomy in how they carry them out. So we would really have to reorganize work and give people more of a say, and also redistribute work in order to make it so that people have more free time. The third thing that's the most important one in a way, and the hardest to achieve, is that we have to socialize investment. And what that means is that we need to take control over which sectors of the economy grow and which sectors shrink. We have to take that away from finance and corporations and make that into a democratic process where we're actually investing in the parts of the economy that are directed towards helping people feel secure and free in their lives. And the fourth one, also incredibly important, especially because today, right in the era of the end of the corona crisis, or maybe the middle, maybe the end, who knows, we've seen the rise of new kinds of ideas about technocracy. We just need to put the people with knowledge in charge and they'll solve everything for us. I think we have really strong reasons to doubt that any technocratic government is actually going to create an economy that meets people's needs. And that's why it's incredibly important that we democratize the institutions of our society. Not that everything would become one big referendum. Democratizing institutions means looking at all the different parts of society and democratizing them separately, in a sense. So democratizing work, democratizing, involving the users of healthcare, as well as the people who work in hospitals, and figuring out what better ways are to provide that care, and so on. And so I think that, with some work, we can, and facing the, we're coming out of an immense social crisis that our societies were just really unable to handle. And we're facing an even bigger crisis coming up right down the road, the climate crisis. And facing up to these things, we're just going to have to revive these kinds of, and realizable utopian ideals for our society today. And what I tried to do in the book, and what I tried to summarize here for you a little bit, is just the way that we can look at this automation theory and be really inspired by the ideas in it, while also recognizing that empirically, it's just wrong about its claims. It's not that there aren't these new computer and information technologies and robots and so on. Of course, technological change is happening, and those technologies can be used to make a much better world than the one we have now. But the claims that the automation theorists make, I'm saying, are excessive and they're not supported by the evidence. In reality, it's that the economy is stagnating, not that it's growing at an incredible pace due to these technologies being brought into the economy. And facing up to that stagnation, that actually makes it even more important that we think about how to reorganize the economy to create the kind of post-scarcity world that these automation theorists are dreaming of. So thank you so much. That was hopefully brief enough and created some context for discussion and questions. So thanks.
Yeah, but maybe first we can, hello, my name is Kuba Schroeder, and we are going to have, now we actually have a really long time for a discussion. So we can also maybe start with asking our audience, maybe some of you have like immediate questions, or yeah, there is already a hand there.
Hi, thank you, Aaron. That was a great presentation. It seems we've just had the best test we're ever going to have for universal basic income, where governments have been paying people's wages throughout Corona. And it seems the results of that have been mass government debt, looming higher taxes, rapid inflation, and a huge labor shortage. And I'm just wondering how the policy is ever going to survive a test like that.
Could you just say sorry, you're wondering how
the policy of universal basic income could ever survive a test like that with the results that we've just seen?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good question. I think that in a way, to me, UBI there's a lot of reasons to support UBI. Especially, I come from the United States, which is, a country built on basically like racist policies. And it was very important in the United States. They really want everything to be means tested. Like they want people to really prove that they need welfare benefits in order to access them, because they were trying to prevent poor and black people from getting those benefits. So in a country like the United States, the call for something like UBI makes a lot of sense, right? Universal benefits are something we should really support. But in another way, I think UBI is a kind of cynical approach, because it sort of says that there's nothing we can do to kind of reorganize the economy in a deeper sense. We're too scared now to do that work of really intervening and reshaping the economy. Obviously, because of the disastrous legacies of 20th century state socialism and so on. So it's saying, let's just give people money and let the economy work itself out after that. And I think we're starting to see right now a real change in that, precisely for the reasons that what was your name? Sorry? Precisely the reasons that Phil mentioned. We're seeing, like around the corona crisis, governments saying, hey, we actually need to intervene in supply chains. We actually need to have more control over the basic structures of our economy. And 20 years ago, the only solution on the table for the climate crisis was making a market in carbon, like selling carbon credits. Now we're seeing the rise of a new interest in things like the Green New Deal, which is basically like a 5-year plan for even a 10-year or 15-year plan for reorganizing the economy to get it off its addiction to fossil fuels. And so while I think there's a lot of sense in the kind of return of UBI, I think that we're sailing beyond that now. And then in the post-COVID era, you're going to see a lot more interest in revamping and transforming the economy in a deeper way. But what we need to do is we need to make sure that we know what we want that revamping to be for. Like, we want it to be for creating a world where we can really meet people's needs and give them the security they need to expand their worlds and follow their passions. We can imagine a much better world. And I'm very worried that the kinds of new interventions into the economy, these very technocratic ones, they're going to be about preserving power disparities in our society, not transforming them. So I think it's a really good point, and I think you're going to see calls for UBI continue, but you're going to see a lot more of this really new ideas about transforming the economy in a much deeper sense.
If you have any follow-up question, just please raise your hand. Or any new question. So maybe I'll just follow up with this discussion about UBI, because basically what you kind of advocate here for is the democratization of the means of production, if I understand you correctly. That used to be called communism or socialism and so on and so forth. So how would you imagine this to happen? Like in terms of political change required to actually socialize investment and provide people in according to the need?
Yeah, I mean,
sorry, it's a big question, but obviously this is an elephant in the room, right?
That is the big question. I guess that the reason why I use the term post-scarcity rather than socialism or communism is just that I want to estrange us a little bit from these traditions. And I want to show that, the 20th century idea that getting out of capitalism meant central planning and bureaucratic states, that, that's not the only way people thought about that. There's a much longer tradition of thinking about what it would take to get beyond capitalism that, again, goes all the way back 500 years to Thomas More, who was there right at the beginning for the enclosures and the expropriation of peasants, and already at the start of capitalism was trying to think about what it would take to get beyond it. So I'm trying to refocus us on, what the world is that we want to build first, and then the big question, which is like, how do we get there? And partly, I guess, my reason for that is I think believing that another world is possible and worth fighting for is something that many people, myself included, we've been really, even though we want it, we're not really sure we believe that it's possible. And so we need to kind of lay that out first. And then I think once you do that, you develop the capacity for a more strategic orientation. And here, we could talk about what the problems were with central planning and how to envision a form post-scarcity that doesn't rely on that. And I'd be happy to talk about that in more detail if you want. But the strategic question is also about what can we do now, what can we fight for in the here and now, and what will really require radical change to achieve. I think that we can fight in the here and now for much better provision of services and basically the movement for what some are calling universal basic services. We can fight to expand those, we can fight to democratize those, but at some point we're going to confront, as you said, the elephant in the room, which is the fact that rich and powerful people and corporations, they ultimately control the investment function. They decide with their investment decisions whether the economy grows or shrinks. And that ability, that capacity means that they can hold our societies, our economies, and our governments hostage when they try to make big changes. And that's the thing, that's the kind of horizon, the socialization of investment. It sounds so technical, but it's really about removing the power of very wealthy people and corporations to decide whether the economy grows or shrinks. That is going to require a very massive and probably very difficult change to achieve. But we need to set our horizons, the medium term, and then, hopefully not the too long term kind of changes that we need to see.
There is a question.
Okay. Taking it from the socialization of investment point. So this is kind of an old point coming from Keynes and then from Minsky, and nowadays is coming more and more back with Bellofiore and Mazzucato discussing about it. So I wonder, because you're kind of part of the ultra-left, what we would say, or at least EndNotes is kind of this tradition of thought, what would it mean to maintain the concept of investment and the debtor-credit relation and all that it brings about time, because it gives us all this thing with investment has an understanding of time that is a kind of different of what would mean in a post-scarcity economy to organize the economy here and now. So I wonder, okay, it's something that you would do in the more as a first step, kind of, and then going beyond. But isn't it also problematic to maintain these kind of elements, like the investment thing?
Okay. Yeah.
Or what could be the danger, on the other hand? What could be the danger of maintaining it? Have you thought about it? Like, what would it mean for a society to maintain the idea of kind of getting indebted for its future? And to whom are you getting indebted in a, let's say, regulated financial economy that you have, in a post-scarcity regulated financial economy? What is happening there?
Yeah, so I mean, this might be, for some people, like a very technical question about, how does this relate to like Keynes and Minsky and theories of investment? I mean, these are pretty economic ideas that I'm trying to get people to think about or open them up, right, and make them available to a wider audience. So I'm going to try my best, because this is actually a pretty important question. The way that it's really important to think about how our economy changes over time. You know, I mean, most people, they're not involved. Like the vast majority of us have no say in these big decisions about how the economy changes over time. Like how fast the pharmaceutical industry is going to grow, and the industrial economy is going to shrink. Like all of these kind of questions are, there's very few people in the room making those decisions. And basically, it's all based around ideas about profit. And that's why when people say things like, you know, people over profits or something, they're actually getting at something really fundamental about what drives change, what does the dynamic work of transforming our society. What I'm talking about in a post-scarcity society, it wouldn't be organized, like these changes that we would make in the way we organize social provisioning, it wouldn't happen through profit. It wouldn't be like we have this money and we're looking for, you know, where's the highest rate of return. We wouldn't be able to use these monetary and financial factors to make these decisions about what our world is going to look like, how we're going to reshape it in the future. And a big question within this kind of, you know, small but growing field of thinking about how does social change happen in a post-capitalist society is really about the idea that once you get rid of the profit motive, the advantage is that suddenly you can include all of these other factors in making a decision about what to do. Like, you know, we can think about, in a real way, we can think about the environment, we can think about sustainability, we can think about whether workers are actually enjoying their work. We can think about justice issues, like, is this a region that's been historically underserved or where people are fleeing from, you know, and the infrastructure is declining? You know, where geographically do we want to, you know, transform our economy and our provisioning process? So you can bring in all of these different factors, not just monetary cost-benefit analysis, but that also makes it really hard to decide what we should do, how to balance sustainability, you know, against worker satisfaction, against efficiency, against, you know, community, and so on. And the claim that I'm making, which obviously I wouldn't be able to develop very much here, is that actually means these become political questions. And instead of having a financial system that in a very abstract and kind of distanced way is determining how our society changes over time, these would have to become political problems that are actually organized in a democratic way. And that's something really different than central planning. And it's something that we can only do today because we have basically this really advanced and interesting information and communication technologies in the internet. But it's not just a technological problem, it's a social and political one. It means we're going to have to reorganize the governing institutions of our economy to take into account a much wider set of criteria and allowing many more people to participate in that process. And that's difficult. But the advantage of it is going to be that we're actually going to be able to create a world over time that everybody feels actually supports them and where the causes of their suffering and unhappiness are actually being addressed in using the actually immense resources that we have as a society to meet the needs that we have and to allow people to follow their passions. So hopefully that's a little introduction to post-scarcity economics.
Yeah, you write a lot about protocols and algorithms. I assume it's like quite in a tradition of sort of communitarian, associative anarchism, right? Of like free associations of producers and consumers. But this is an interesting. I mean, it is an interesting point that you are making about the democratization of institutions that was already said here. The thing that maybe I will just play a bit of a devil's advocate, because if we all agree, then it gets a bit boring. You know, not to say that you said something boring. Actually, it's super interesting, but still maybe to bring it a bit of a dynamism, I will also quote Mirle Laderman-Ukieles, a feminist artist, who in '67 wrote a manifesto for maintenance art, and there she asked a kind of like, I think, perennial question, but you've already mentioned, but maybe we should come back to it. because it's not only bosses and capitalists that ask it, but also feminist activists too. After the revolution, who is going to pick up the garbage on Monday morning? I guess a crucial question, especially we also know the feminist criticism of let's say Marxist ideas about productive labor and so on and so forth. I know that you've dealt with this, but maybe it is a point that you could elaborate upon.
Yeah, that's a really good question. And in a lot of ways, the book I wrote, I was very influenced by feminist critiques of work in what I said, but I didn't always bring that out, those influences, as much as I should have. Because I think that, a really core idea from that critique is that, look, we can't just say, hey, we'll feed and clothe and house everyone, and people just decide what kind of work they want to do. It's just a kind of free for all. It's unstructured in some way. I think that's obviously not what people who are really thinking about these proposals wanted to say. But I think it's an important critique, because I think who picks up the garbage on Monday morning? Who's going to take care of the kids? These are really essential questions. And a society that imagines, I think maybe a version of this that I'm critical of is that all work will become play. We won't need to organize that. That's just never going to be realized. We have to actually take on and reorganize work and make sure that people, contribute to it. And I think that in a capitalist society, the way we get people to make work contributions is to say, if you don't work, you're going to starve. You're going to get kicked out of your house. You're not going to be able to pay your debts. You're not going to be able to take care of your children. And I think that we can get to a world where we don't need the threat of the whip or of homelessness to get people to work. And that means really transforming and reorganizing work, and including what's currently non-economic or unwaged work in the pool of work, the pool of necessary labors that we have to redistribute and reorganize, and also make better for the people doing that work, so that they feel encouraged to work rather than working only through this kind of negative reinforcement of, if you don't show up, you're not going to be able to eat. Now that, that's a dimension that I think, look, that's going to take time to get there, but that's the horizon that we should work toward. And it requires us really thinking about, why do people work? Is it only because of the threat of homelessness that people work? No, that's not true. People get a lot of meaning out of their work, and that can be made a lot of meaning in their lives, feeling like they make a contribution. But our society really dampens and destroys those impulses in a lot of ways. And there's a lot of studies about psychological studies and work studies that show how giving workers more autonomy, more freedom, and more purpose in their work really transforms how people relate to the work they need to do. And I think that's as true for so-called productive labor as for reproductive labor.
Yeah, I mean, here, very interesting are these experiments, by the New Economic Foundation, kind of trying to measure the social value produced by a given worker. So, for example, for every pound paid to a nurse, she produces 9 pounds of extra social value. For every pound paid to a trader, possibly he actually siphons additional 100 pounds out of society as a capital for people who hire him in order precisely to do so. So I guess that this is an interesting point in case. But maybe even getting there with this feminist arguments, the question is also about efficiency, I think. This is a very important aspect of the, let's say, of the kind of what Boltanski would call a system of justification of the current capitalist order. They simply say, well, look, communism failed because it failed utterly at production of goods. It's completely inefficient way of organizing society. Capitalism as such, maybe it's not a particularly good system, but at least it's ultra efficient in producing goods and distributing it in a society market and money and private property and profit motive. That's here you have it, right? You also deal with this in a book, but maybe if you could talk a bit about that, because I think this is one of the arguments that most of people here face when they talk about it. And with the follow-up question question, I would like to talk with you about externalities. But maybe first efficiency, because I think it is also a very important question that people typically ask themselves.
I mean, look, I think that's a crucial question. And there's two things I would say about it. One is that part of what I'm trying to show you is that actually capitalist economies are not generating the kind of efficiency gains that they used to generate, because those gains were specific to this era of industrialization that's now coming to an end. You know, a lot of the services where people are employed, they just don't see these massive efficiency gains over time. And that, you know, that actually influences why a lot of workers in those fields are getting so pushed down, right? Because employers have to kind of control costs by working people harder and longer and for less pay, rather than relying on the capacity of technologies to make their work ever more efficient. So on the one hand, capitalist economies are just not as good at this thing that everyone said they were good at in the 80s and 90s when, you know, communist countries collapsed. The world we got is obviously very different from the world that was promised, right, when the wall fell. But that said, I am in no way advocating that we go back to the inefficient kind of state socialist and centralized economies, which I think were both economically and politically and ecologically actually bankrupt, right? So what I'm talking about here is a world where we understand that getting beyond the profit motive and organizing the way collectively that we change society over time, which is in these terms about investment, those are the things that we really need to politicize and we need to make decisions about together using many different criteria: justice, efficiency, sustainability, and so on. But when we control that and make that political and technologically transform how we do it, we actually need to leave workplaces, people working, a very wide latitude in deciding how they carry out their work. Because that is fundamental to having an efficient economy. Because in order to have efficiency, the people who are at the different workplaces, they actually need to have much more of a say than they had in central planning in deciding, you know, which production methods to use. So I think that we can, by changing how we think about what it is to get beyond capitalism and really getting beyond the profit motive, but without centralizing all economic decisions, we can actually create a much more efficient version of a post-capitalist society that also is actually trying to balance efficiency against all of these other concerns we have that aren't being met. And that's basically the externalities question.
Precisely. And then, here we have it. Like basically, the basic tenet of Marx's argument is that capital does not come from nowhere. It comes from human labor. It was recalibrated in accordance with ecological thinking by, for example, Jason Moore, who says capital accumulation can only happen and seemingly is efficient because it can freely exploit what he called four cheaps, right? It was food, labor, energy, and resources. As long as these ones seem to be endless, capitalism can pretend to be endlessly accumulating. Another interesting argument here is like an argument also of J.K. Gibson Graham, of feminist economists, who say that what we imagine as an economy is just a peak of an economic iceberg. So like what is financialized actually hovers above the huge bulk of non-monetized labor that provides capitalism with a steady ground in order to expand itself. So here I think that this is an important maybe input, maybe it's not even a question to this discussion, but what seems to be efficient is always at the cost of something. Somebody has to take a slack. These are workers, this is an environment, these are costs basically externalized to other entities and not capitalists themselves. The question, of course, is how to change it. And would you have, because you for example, talked about algorithms and protocols, right? I guess that this is because you talk also about democratization of the workforce, and I guess this is one of the ways how to acknowledge this, what currently is hidden cost of capitalist efficiency.
Yeah, I think, one way to think about how capitalism works is that Well, it's based on many people being, disempowered and insecure and just having to search for scraps of work. But then the people who do have power and resources, we just say to them, look, do whatever you want, make as much money as you can, whatever you need to do that. And then the state tries to put some regulations on it. They say, okay, you can use all these resources and blow off the tops of mountains, but make sure, you only add this much, toxic chemicals to the water. Like they try to corral and contain negatively what these businesses do with the immense resources that they
create
have.
additional markets, like with carbon
exactly.
offsetting.
So there's these ways of like kind of corralling and containing the profit motive. That's what's available to the state to try to regulate the economy. And what I'm talking about is a world where the workplaces that have access to these immense resources of a modern society can actually use them to positively pursue multiple goals, that we would actually have like whatever it is, like, people who work in industry, like positively trying to find ways to make their workplaces not just more efficient in producing whatever, trains and stuff, but also more ecologically sustainable, like giving people an interest in trying to improve positively all of these different features of the world, rather than just, being corralled while they pursue their single goal of profit. And that is, that requires, I guess, unlike the way capitalists talk about it, where there's like a price you can put on carbon, the idea here is that no, there's no technical way to balance efficiency against sustainability. These are inherently political questions. And that means that because they're political questions, we need to decide about them together, how we want to do it. In some ways, I would say, what I'm talking about, it's a little bit like what people are calling degrowth. In some ways. Like, I'm critical of that framework in certain respects, but I am talking about how do we get to a world where we meet people's needs and we give them this immense amount of security that opens up their worlds, but without relying on economic growth in order to generate that. But my difference from the kind of degrowth people is that I'm saying that even a society like that, it's still going to change. Even if it doesn't generate economic growth, it can still change because there's ways we can change our economy that make it much better, that don't result in an expansion of the amount of goods and services we produce. Like, if we take our resources and plant trees everywhere and make our cities beautiful and create shade in a hotter climate, that doesn't expand our economy because it doesn't expand the amount of goods and services we produce every year, but it certainly will make people a lot happier. If we go in and change the way work is done, so it's just as efficient as before, but now the workers feel like they understand what they're doing and that they have more control over it, that again is going to change the economy, but it's not going to result in growth. And so the kinds of technologies I'm talking about, using the algorithms and protocols and the democratic organization of society, it's aimed at creating a world that is efficient and sustainable and has justice and work satisfaction and so on, but it sees those as positive goals that we kind of pursue together in that way, rather than a profit-driven economy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also very skeptical of the degrowth discussion. I just think that this is politically completely unimaginable.
Yeah.
I mean, unless we have we have to deal with a major conflict or catastrophe, and people have to deal with the consequences of this. On the other hand, the point that is, I think, very important to be acknowledged is actually the limits of growth, in a sense of like whether we are able to imagine this kind of society on a global scale. Because currently, what is happening is that we have, just in a moment of speaking, we have a very steered and tensed refugee crisis at eastern border of Poland. We have constantly constant refugee crisis at southern Mediterranean border of European Union. There are all the ethno-nationalists who promote walls as a way of protecting this kind of selected communities in order to in order to prevent others, people who are poor, who are starving, who cannot make their lives where they live, from entering into these pockets of a nice life.
Yeah.
So the question, of course, is whether we can imagine this kind of like nice life. Like we talk about basics, right? Like roads, sanitation, healthcare, and so on and so forth on a global level.
Yeah. I mean, in my more academic work, I work on the history of development. And one of the things that really had a big influence on me is that already in the 1960s and 70s, you had all these people looking at, this was an era much more interested in development and globally shared prosperity than our era is today. But at that time, they already recognized, look, economic growth is not the same as development. And in a capitalist society, especially one where there are so many people working in the informal sector, so many people with a very tenuous access to jobs, in a society like that, with a vast informal surplus population, people who can't find work, growth rates have to be so high before people at the bottom of society experience real benefits from that. And you have all these different countries where, even though growth rates were high, they weren't really seeing development. They weren't really seeing social and economic development for the majority of the population. And that's the kind of thing that we want. We don't want growth for its own sake. Thomas Piketty, the French economist, showed that in the past 40 years, global growth, the poorest half of the world's population only captured 12% of that growth, whereas the top 1% of the population captured more than double that share. I think it's like 27%. So just advocating growth as such isn't the answer. We need development. We need actual economic and social development across the world. And that would require a really big change in how we organize society. And yes, the big danger that we face is something like a future of eco-apartheid, right? A world where, especially in the tropics, the world becomes incredibly hot, migration and refugee crises increase, and instead of pushing forward towards a world of abundance, we go deeper and deeper into a world of scarcity, where even in the core that's protected, people feel very scared about losing access to what they need to live. And that kind of focuses people and makes them very much concerned with getting theirs and making sure other people can't take it away from them. That's a real danger for the future. And that's precisely why we need to think towards a kind of world, because we actually have the resources, the know-how, educated and urban populations, that are actually want to live in a better world, and we can use our resources now to start building towards that world. Because it's true, the alternative that we're kind of facing looks increasingly dire if there aren't big changes in the way society is organized.
Yeah, yet again, it's socialism or barbarism. And maybe there are some other questions. We have 4 minutes, and then I see that there are like at least 3 questions, but maybe we can start exactly with people who have not yet spoken.
Hi, thanks. There's some really positive stuff in that talk. Thank you. I wanted to ask about what you were saying earlier about UBI and how in the States some people were trying to link that to means testing. And I guess what I'm concerned about here is moving to a post-scarcity system where social needs are sort of democratically attributed to all the people, so everyone has their needs met. What happens when we have a whole society that's based on saying that some people mean less than others or aren't people? The US has been sort of built on slavery. We have a whole history of racism, sexism, people not being treated as human. And how do you make sure that everyone's needs are met and people are able to participate democratically so that they are? We have systemic disenfranchisement. We have a prison industrial complex. And across the world, this goes for things like other populations. We're talking about the refugee crisis. How do we make sure that everyone is included as a person with an equal stake in society?
Yeah, that is really the crucial question. And I guess that
There's a philosophical concept of desert, and how do we break beyond that, I guess, is what I'm really asking.
Yeah.
It's not about deserving.
Yeah, how do we make sure that these things are really universal for all people? I mean, I'm very influenced by, someone who thought a lot about this, W.E.B. Du Bois, and his idea about democracy, which is precisely this idea that, we need to make sure that people have the opportunity and the means to really speak to their own suffering. That we not live in a world where, we take certain people to be the representatives who are speaking for other people and explaining what's wrong for them. That, without going to a wholly relativistic worldview, we can just admit that often we need to listen to the people who are suffering themselves about what's wrong for them, not, experts explaining what their experience is. And that's why, in my view, and here maybe there's some aspects of it that are a little more complicated, but I think that building a kind of, really meaningful world where we meet people's needs, a kind of advanced realm of necessity, actually requires a very open and developed realm of freedom. It's only possible to really meet everybody's needs if people have free time and the capacity to organize in their free time around the issues that matter to them. Now, I think that when people's needs are met and when they kind of feel more free, they will take more time for rest and relaxation and just enjoying themselves. That's very important. But in a world where people feel that way, they're also going to want to spend more time pursuing the things that they care about. And for some people, that's going to be hobbies like model trains. For some people, it's going to be, expanding our world of knowledge by, joining societies for mathematics or like maker groups, inventing new tools and stuff. But for a lot of people, the things they care about are going to be political, right? They're going to have to be able to join associations and organizations that are fighting, even in a post-scarcity world, to try to transform how we understand what our needs are, so that we're better able to meet them. So the world I'm talking about would be one that's precisely a world where there's a lot of civil associations that can form and gain access to resources, where people, if they feel like their needs aren't being met, they can actually find ways to organize with other people to kind of press their needs on society. So it's a very political vision of a post-capitalist world. And I guess the reason why I emphasize that is I think that too often there's this idea that once we abolish class society and so on, this kind of beautiful dream, that there won't be any conflicts anymore, and that we'll just have a harmonious community that's internally coherent and knows itself as such. I think that vision is something that we really need to abandon. We need to think about what comes after capitalism as a very complex world of free associations, not as a harmonious community for precisely the reasons you said. Sorry, I went on too long.
And definitely, like this political associations is a condition of any kind of political change that would be a precondition of any kind of post-capitalist society. Yeah. But then there was another question, and it definitely won't be a bourgeois civil sphere that is going to lead us there.
Yeah.
The last one or the last two? Maybe we can gather a couple of. Michał says one. So the first.
Great.
Signed, first served.
Thanks for your words so far. A lot of very nicely positive, though idealistic thoughts for the future. So very quickly, could you speak to kind of the tangible roadmap you see to reorganization? Whether that's kind of at a grassroots level, federal. I know this is now a whole larger topic, but.
Yeah, I can't speak to that quickly. I don't think that we're talking about these ideas in a vacuum. I think people are gaining interest in positive ideas like, the spread of even just briefly of fully automated luxury communism as an ideal, or all of these kind of more radical versions of the idea of a Green New Deal. People are actually want a future again. And they want it in part because the world is getting so bad, but also because we already live in a world where people are fighting all the time. Like even right now while we're having this conversation, there's a major new strike wave brewing in the United States, something that hasn't been seen for a long time. In 2020 in the US, we saw probably the largest social movement, the George Floyd rebellion in US history. In 2019, before the pandemic hit, we saw social struggles on every inhabited continent. We had major social movements across all these different regions and all of these different concerns being raised. So my view is that, we're already in a society on the move. And the idea is that if you want to see a better and different world, the point is that the way to get there is to immerse yourselves in the movements for change that are already happening. And often those movements, they are fighting defensive struggles. They're fighting to prevent a further erosion of what they have, or fighting against the fact that they have nothing and aren't, lack dignity and recognition in the eyes of society. And what we need to do is we need to kind of go into and join those struggles and try to push them, or push or develop or support the elements that are pushing for something that would be positive and transformative for the future. So again, the world this is already happening. We live in a world in struggle, and the point is to take part in it and kind of push it in this positive direction with the will and capacities that we have.
Okay, that's a very good conclusion of this short meeting. Thank you very much,
Thank you so
Aaron.
much.
Thank you, Unsound, for organizing. Thank you all for partaking. Thanks for all questions asked and unasked. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Lovely for you all to be here. I think I share the sentiment with everybody here that it's just so freaking nice to have something happening. I'm really excited to see people, and to be honest, that feeling is overwhelming any other thoughts I have in my head at the moment. So that, as a preamble, probably qualifies why I think this discussion is going to actually be quite casual, intentionally so. I'm so stoked to see you both. I'd love to introduce, and I might ask you to introduce yourselves with a bit more kind of detail, because I'm usually really bad at this stuff. Nora Kaen and DeForest Brown Jr., who fortunately is adhering to COVID protocol very, very seriously with the mask.
This is my face now.
We thought we were initially speaking to Matt from Unsound about putting a discussion together. And the idea was, in a sense, while we kind of are all so stoked to be coming back, there's also something a little unusual about it, right? Like we've seen, I know there's a lot of kind of unprecedented times discussion that's kind of become a meme. There's been a generationally kind of defining event that has occurred in the last 18 months. And while on the one hand, it's so exciting to be coming back, and to be around each other and to be going to parties and attending panels and such, there's also something kind of eerie, right, about it. That something, there's a genuine feeling that I'm sure most of us share, that something quite profound has happened, that each of us individually and collectively have undergone something that I've undergone a process of reflection and of consideration and of like existential kind of angst. And now things are coming back and you can buy tickets to see shows and get on airplanes and such. And so I think that the loose framing of what we were looking to do today, and I'll let you guys introduce yourselves in a second, ramble too much, is like reflecting a little bit on how weird that is, on maybe some of the things that have changed individually and collectively over the past 18 months, and trying to look a bit at some of the positives of that, like where we're at. And so I tried to intentionally keep this discussion as casual and as open as possible, because I find that that's maybe the best approach. So now I'm going to shut up. And Nora, would you please introduce yourself to everybody here?
Sure, thank you, Matt. Hi, DeForest. It's great to see you both, and thanks to everyone for coming. It's great to be in Krakow at Unsound. Last year, I was here virtually as drum-pilled, and we were in the Discord mostly, so it's really lovely to be in person, of course. I am a writer and critic. I focus on art, AI, the future of AI and machine learning. I was a professor at RISD for the last 3 years in Providence, Rhode Island. Just left academia. That's one of my big changes. And I'm back to like where we all met almost 8 or 9 years ago in Twitter, in the DMs and Discord, trying to figure out alternatives and critical solutions, but I'm sure we can talk about those.
That's also the wildest thing, actually. That's a story that maybe shouldn't be told elaborately, but we all met at the same time at an event not dissimilar to this about 8 or 9 years ago, and so it's actually personally very, very wonderful to be here with you both at the beginning of whatever this new period is. But yeah, back to the grind. DeForest, please introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hi, I'm DeForest Brown Jr., rhythm analyst, writer, musician. I'm currently working on a book that is on the history of techno and Black experiences in industrialized industries and cultures, called Assembling a Black Counterculture, that'll be out December 6th. 7th? December 7th. I don't keep up with that stuff. It just comes out. But yeah, it'll be nice to get the band back together and to kind of catch up at the end of the future, the end of the decade, and yeah.
Yeah, we were joking earlier. We had some hummus together, which was great, and we were joking earlier that it's quite unusual to think that 2021 really snuck up on us, and that there's a reality now. Most people here aren't from the States, but 21 is an age that's quite significant in the United States, because it's the age where people can start drinking, right? It's like when you're fully kind of autonomous adult at the age of 21, and we were joking about the idea that there are now 21-year-olds, there are legal drinking age adults in the United States who've never seen the 20th century, And in that, looking at how, in a sense, on this topic of being slightly concerned about business as usual coming back, it's called you both to kind of reflect a little bit on on loops of history or like loops of language. DeForest, I want to push you to talk a little bit about this because you describe yourself as a rhythm analyst. And yeah, looping and reoccurring situations are kind of part of your world.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very interested in breaking down this sort of Marxist concept of historical materialism and taking events across time and people across time and sort of playing with the details. So this book, Assembling a Black Counterculture, that I've been working on is essentially going through 30 years of liner notes and interviews with techno producers and sort of aligning them and sort of dealing with pattern recognition, seeing how some of these words and concepts have been taken out of context, but also pointing out the fact that when Juan Atkins invented techno around 1979, he was looking forward to the future, looking forward to the year 2000, but also the year 2020, as per Alvin Toffler's The Third Wave, which is a book he read in a class called Future Studies. And yeah, I mean, there's a rhythm to history. People move in flocks, and that's something that you've actually written about, is like these ideas of flock data and movements.
I mean, I am on this side, on the critical side, like from tech criticism. So I'm reaching like 10 years of critiquing AI and algorithms and bias and algorithmic systems, but then also working with artists who look at these issues critically. And when we talk about loops, I think with a lot of like the looking into the abyss of the last year and existential kind of reflection on why we do what we do and where we started like 10 years ago. One thing that I've been really focused on is patterns in critical discourse and technological discourse especially. So when we talk about algorithmic bias or bias in AI, we could be having that conversation for the next 10, 20, 30 years. We could be talking about that for a long time. But underneath the basis of institutions, the basis of technological companies as being state capital or hyper-capitalism as we know it, my interest right now, as I move out of academia and into writing another book on AI art, is what are the cycles in technological discourse that we're seeing over and over again? And we've all looped back to the same questions repeatedly. And I think maybe when we talk about Web3 or blockchain or alternative communities, we can start thinking about what are the paradigms and values that we want within the technologies that we have.
I think that's very fair. And so that's like, in the framing of this discussion, the one thing that became really clear to me, right, is like when all of the hubbub shut down around about the time that no one could tour anymore, there weren't any releases anymore, most of the discourse was in a very uncertain space. There was like no distractions. Like the one thing that happened when all of that smoke and kind of fuzz kind of cleared was you have foundations, right? And it's like not dissimilar to what you're describing with like discursive discussions, like let's have an infinite conversation about the ills of capitalism and how AI is going to blah, 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 whatever, right? Underneath all of that is like firm, hard infrastructure, like things that are invested in, right? Like the board of the museum, the structures that fund people, however you want to. And once that smoke kind of cleared during COVID, you're like, okay, we're usually too busy to pay attention to this stuff, but now it's really clear that this is actually a little bit rotten, right? And that manifested itself in a few ways, right? Like on the one hand, there's been a lot of institutional critique that's come out, like. You guys have been in various different capacities involved in critiquing institutions, whether it be from like pedagogy or the institution of dance music as a global industry, et cetera, right? When you stop talking about releases and this kind of dizzy cycle disappears, you get to look at things perhaps a bit more clearly and maybe also have the time to think. To be most forgiving, you have the time to think even for decision-making people within institutions, festivals, universities, you then have the time to look at things and be like, should we alter something? For me, one of the most obvious things that became apparent over the pandemic, at least, was this observation of like, okay, well, when people aren't taking the EasyJet flight to get the 500 euro check to do the whatever, when all of that stops, you learn that we don't earn anything, we don't own anything, right? That actually, like, the passive income or the income that came from like a sales economy, for example, isn't really there in quite the same way anymore, right? And so I think the one thing that I've been given pause to reflect on, or at least kind of confirm my suspicions in some way, is that while there can be this kind of discursive discussion, this infinite memeing of problems that you have with something, fundamentally the actual objective should always be to change that foundation. Now, I wonder, we were given a mandate to discuss Web3 at some point, crypto, blockchain, NFTs, whatever you want to describe it as. We were given that mandate, and we will get there. But maybe over the course of the pandemic, could you both maybe identify a couple of things that came up in that vein for you, right? Like, whether it be through the realm of institutional critique or whether it be through the realm of just looking at how the economy for working creative people changed, was there anything that stood out of being like, okay, right, like this is something we could focus on? Nora, I'll start with you. And the one thing I think is really useful in this is you said that you've left academia recently, and I wonder if that was maybe informed by a similar revelation. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I taught in art and design school. The students I had were 25, 26 years old. And in the 4 years that I was there, I never heard or saw a single class or discussion about money, how to be a creative, how to maintain a life outside of an art school where you're accruing $100,000 of debt, which seemed that, it was always a criminal thing, but it was always unacceptable, but especially in this last year, as we were on Zoom constantly, and the kind of simulation of the institution started to fade away. It didn't matter what Zoom box we had open. The classroom actually became this very intimate space that you could open a Zoom anywhere, and you can still have, as you've described, $5 grad school, which is what I'm really interested in, is the spaces that we have critical discourse and discussion outside of institutional spaces, for one, and then two, really paying attention to the way museums, schools, grad schools, art and design spaces are paying attention to the critical discourse coming out of artist communities and folding them back in. And I think what I find is really exciting is there's less and less satisfaction from the youths and from younger people with this kind of language of representation or representational politics, that they're very keen, very critical, and can cut right through the language of improvement or progress or values within an institution when the foundation is not changing. So I see a lot less satisfaction, I think, a lot more of a desire to find solutions outside of these institutional spaces and stop wasting energy on reform. So I loved teaching, but I think teaching can happen anywhere, and you're going to find a lot of that in spaces outside of schools. So that was one thing that was key during the pandemic. Going back to loops within the space of tech discourse, I think if we do touch on crypto and Web3, some of the I think reaction and patience comes from this suspicion of having technological solutions to social problems, and the kind of language of the new or a new utopia that you often see within a lot of tech culture. And so we talked about this earlier, but I think that's where a lot of the reaction is coming from, and that's where a lot of these turf wars are unfolding.
Fair. I'm going to pass the question on to you.
Yeah, I mean, as a college dropout I started college in 2008, just in time for the 2008 crash. I mean, iPhones came out, record sales have been at an all-time low and was continuing to dwindle for the next decade. And, I've seen a lot of people blaming COVID for this sort of, so the dance music industry as of 2019, I believe it was worth about $7.4 billion. Is now worth $3.4 billion because of COVID. But the thing is, when record sales are going down like this consistently from about 1997 until now, I recognize that there's a larger problem at play. It wasn't just the touring industry, it's you, the consumer. You weren't buying music, and the stats are there to prove it. And then everyone gets on their EasyJet flights, and here we are at a conference in the middle of a pandemic, talking about what happened. And see, when I dropped out, I already recognized that, the student loan debts that I was looking towards, my parents weren't very rich. There was no future before me. You know what I mean? There was nothing out there. Coming from Alabama, I saw Trump coming a mile away. I went to college with people that used to dress up in Civil War gear and reenact the Civil War. And a lot of the people that attacked the Capitol riot come from where I'm from. So I moved to New York because I wanted to see the future. And I explained this at Unsound a few years ago. I wanted to see New York. I wanted to go see where, I wanted to try other ways of educating myself. I think around that time, around like 2010 it was, N+1 put out that book, MFA versus NYC. And I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna graduate, so let me just go to NYC. And I met these nice folks and educated myself in a different way. And here we are now, 8 years later, having this conversation with professionals, consumers, about why the system collapsed. But also, I mean, you talk about like, technical solutions for social problems. Well, let's talk about the social problem that caused the technical solution.
All right, so to summarize from that, you're both, I mean, one of the institutions that maybe could be most critiqued from all of this, which I'm very sympathetic to this idea, is the idea of money all of a sudden being something we don't talk about, right? Like that's, you're talking about dropping out of school. Good for you for doing that. Good for you for doing that and not getting yourself into crippling debt. You're talking about like an academic scenario or an institutional scenario where that for a long period of time has had kind of a monopoly over the educational system, at least in the United States. I do agree with you. I actually do teach 20-year-olds, and it is often like their main response. Like these are people who are getting educated online. Some of the new institutions that have formed, and it feels like it's accelerated a little bit over the COVID period, have been things such as $5 e-grad schools. We've been testing something like that. I know that you were beginning to test the embers of something like that. There's a guy called Josh Citarella that we know in New York City who's also testing something like that. And you're seeing this kind of shift of, yeah, exactly, people saying like, why would I get myself into $100,000 debt as opposed to move to a city and just make sure that I'm plugged into a network or a Discord or whatever where I can just interact with a cohort of my peers. That makes some sort of sense. Would you say that we're speaking right now, in the most forgiving way possible, because I do think that a lot of wiggle room has to be given considering the gravity of what's happened. But would you say that over the past 18 months, there's been anything positive you've identified? That you've identified as a result of maybe some of the reflection that's happened over this period? Do you notice some positive distinctions from where we were before? Even on the smallest level, I'm curious to ask.
Do you want to go first?
Well, as someone who moved to New York to watch, I've been waiting on 2020 for a long time. See, I had a church pastor who had a 2020 vision, and he would broadcast this over the radio, and he would always be like, gather up all the money from the community, and he'd be like, let's build a school, and he built a school. Let's, go over to Africa and build schools for them and link them up to our schools. Let's really build this Pan-African kind of community. And I've been waiting on 2020, and in Alvin Toffler's Third Wave, he kind of points to this idea that there's two options around 2020. There's the global consciousness era, which is what I call the last 10 years we've been living in which we were able to communicate online, which I know everyone's really used to using their phones to talk to people, but it's really strange. It's really strange to be able to communicate across the Atlantic Ocean using, Doppler effect signals or whatever, like little telephone wires. And then there's a period after that in which there's a societal collapse. And I've been waiting on that collapse for a long time. I mean, the 2008 crash should have been that collapse, but suddenly the Democrats in America started really investing a lot into tech, and you can see that tech now, all the abstract money from this abstract economy, starting to trickle over into Europe. I see the scooters out there.
I mean, one thing that has been, it's moving from what you're describing and also going back to that early moment after 2008, one thing that precarity taught us or forced us to do is move between fields constantly. It was never an option for me just to be a writer, even though that was what I trained in, that I needed to teach, I needed to, hustle and countless different ways. I know when we met each other, we were working like 3 different jobs in New York and then writing in the 1 hour or so that when we got home.
I was a truck driver. That's how I paid for college, by the way. I like literally was a part of the American distribution system in which I would drive in a 100-mile radius around Alabama, dropping off computer parts, pharmaceuticals. And the thing that woke my ass up was the day I was at a community college in the middle of Decatur, Alabama, and I was delivering a file cabinet at a college that I couldn't go to. And inside of the elevator, the file cabinet fell on top of me, and I was stuck there for 3 hours in this elevator. And I went, you know, college ain't gonna get me out of that. In fact, I'm inside of a college right now, stuck with this file cabinet on me, and I'm making literally like $1,000 a week, you know, just making more money, you know, than I would have if I had gone to college. And I'm not saying don't go to college. And by the way, I'm actually teaching at the New School currently, and really observing my students. Really observing.
Don't go to any other college.
Yeah, I mean, it's a copy of the Frankfurt School, and we can get into the CIA and all that stuff and what they do with these government institutions of education. But no, I mean, but to answer the first question, no, I don't really see too many positives. I mean, I saw people use their cellular phones to watch a man have his, you know, be murdered. Have another man put his knee on his neck for 9 minutes, 26 seconds. Everyone saw that. Everyone watched this moment through this American technology. And then they went back to normal. That's not normal. But now there was, you know, dropping a nuclear bomb and killing, was it 435,000 people and 300,000 people respectively between Hiroshima and Nagasaki? But I digress.
I mean, speaking of loops, I mean, the moment that we're in right now, I think this past year has like helped us, or a lot of people that I know, what I'm hearing is be able to track any language of the new, any promises of the new, and go back to different moments in time where that has been like repeated over and over again. I mean, I think back to this question of precarity, like we've moved between technology spaces, art spaces, discourse, amazing festivals like this. But what I've found is that people are really focused on interdisciplinary kind of movement and thinking. So you can't talk about art or visual culture without talking about the algorithmic. You can't talk about museums or what they put up online without talking about machine learning. We can't talk about any like neutral space, be it tech or museum, without talking of history or the history of colonialism, right? So I find one beautiful thing that has come out of precarity is like this constant restless moving and movement between fields, where now you have folks who are really able to grasp like what it means for these conversations to be like mediated digitally in spaces where we are nudged constantly and moved constantly in ways that we cannot grasp. And so I see a lot more movement between fields and like more respect, I think, between like the engineering communities and the artistic community, between the humanities and the sciences, between tech and not tech. And just as a writer, I pay attention to language and rhetoric and these kinds of rhetorical loops that are happening. I mean, from your side, what are you optimistic about after this past year?
A fair deal. I take your point, because I think that kind of interdisciplinariness, or the renewed emphasis, at least on the best thing about the death of the music industry is the death of the music industry, right? In many ways, I think that one of the negative things, in a sense, about a flattening of something like a music industry or different culture industries or an education industry that did support a lot of great work in its time. One of the sad things about that is that ultimately you have a lot of very important things that you cherish run into trouble, and you don't like to see that happen. The good thing, in a sense, is that in a way, right, like the distinctions between, let's say, the music world, the art world, the culture world, these were always kind of industrial distinctions that were created because at some point, right, we like decided to print music on lacquer over here, and then an industry formed around that, and then whatever. But in terms of like the social engagements, right, you go back at any point in 100 years and everyone's all hanging out together and the ideas are passing fluidly between everybody. It's just that some would take this and stick it in a gallery context, and some would take this and then pursue the music industry, blah, blah, blah. So the one thing that I think isn't lost from all of it, and I think that institutions like an Unsound, for example, speak to that kind of a culture that I cherish very well, and also did a great job, I think, over the pandemic in maintaining engagement with people and keeping in touch with people. The good news in a sense is that you don't lose anything, because actually all of the people and all of the ideas and all of the kind of talent and potential in that doesn't get lost when you lose, when some things kind of recede. The challenge, of course, and what I'm particularly optimistic about now, this is, okay, let's move to the segue to Web3, also known as crypto, also known as blockchain stuff. The one thing I find quite optimistic about it is that in that clearing, in this kind of clearing of uncertainty, it's been growing for the past 7 or so years, I would say. It's been a somewhat of an inevitability that this would appear. One thing that I'm personally quite optimistic about is that whatever one might think about the field writ large, the amount of activity that has come in to start asking questions about, how, for example, musicians might support themselves, how, for example, writers might support themselves, how, for example, we might be able to form institutions with each other across borders in easy ways, how we might be able to reestablish, to go back to your point, Forrest, reestablish the kind of habit of paying for things, right? And tweak the logic of paying for things too, right? Because I mean, Web3 is many, many different things, but invariably, incontestably, it is kind of a grand experiment in rethinking agreements and rethinking value, for better and worse. So the one encouraging thing to me, to go back to this bugbear that both of you touched on, is when you're dealing with Web3 and its growing prominence, the one thing that's refreshing to me is all of a sudden you can't not talk about money anymore, because actually it's right there. You kind of can't avoid it. It's like, for better and worse. It's the first thing right there in front of you. And the second part is also that just with the advent of a new internet that I will certainly not promise will turn out great for absolutely everybody, there is at least some potential and there's some material to engage with, and to kind of dare to be somewhat optimistic or principled about shaping. The space is somewhat plastic, whereas in my mind, when I look backwards toward a music industry or a industry of the 20th century that's just been receding consistently over the past 20 years, I feel powerless. At the dawn of this new internet, I don't necessarily feel all powerful, but I feel like there's something I can do here, right? So that would be my cautious optimism about it, is that it feels like the chess, discussed this earlier, it feels like the chess pieces are moving around on the board. And we didn't get to participate in that really with Web 2. People our age, you're talking about going to college at the 2008 financial crisis, right? You didn't get to participate in that. I didn't too. I'm not of the age really where I got to participate in that. We potentially get to participate in this for better and worse. So.
I mean, that's something I'm really interested in, actually, is both the accumulation of capital across time, but also the sort of formats of distributing human bodies and human minds across that time, and the way that that's eventually extracted around the age of 32 to head towards these stock futures, particularly in America, of 401ks and, when you cash out when you're 60 and you can go and be free finally. But in particular, when it comes to the music industry, I'm writing this book on techno because I'm mostly interested in the formal structure and the stack ecology of Detroit as a city, the seventh city of America, that was formalized in the early 1800s, ironically, in response to the Nate Turner riots that were happening, or the insurrections that were happening over in Virginia over here. The Michigan press decided that they didn't want people paying attention to the fact that slaves, the literal currency and technology of the imperial fascistic South, and I know people forget that America was 2 countries in the 1800s, and that's why there was a civil war. Michigan didn't want people to pay attention to that. What they wanted people to look at was the gold rush happening in San Francisco. And they said, hey, if you go grab that gold, and about 72 distinct tribes of natives were massacred in this gathering of the gold, to move that capital over to Detroit, and they would build a city of the future. And inside of that city, a bunch of slaves from the South actually transported themselves, Harry Tubman, ran these slaves up north into the city and built some of the first black communities of the North that actually established we'll say now, 200-year-long history up until now, history of black Detroit. But in the 1900s, at the very beginning, when these record labels start popping up, and I think it was 1901 when the first actual record label popped up, you had a guy named Joe Von Battle that started Chess Records in a place called Paradise Valley, Detroit. It was a neighborhood that was all black. And that man amassed about $2 million in industry money on selling soul music and you know, packaging it and distributing it. And it was all black wealth until the city decided to do an urban renewal project and completely pave over that city. And actually, Rick Davis, who collaborated with Juan Atkins and Cybertron, his home was essentially destroyed, and then he was shipped off to Vietnam, where he then learned about electronic music and came back and taught Juan Atkins how to make music, essentially, which is my interest in techno. But I bring this all up because when Juan Atkins split off from Rick Davis, he was interested in doing an independent music production practice. He cut out the middleman. What he was trying to do was take these 20-piece jazz bands, these 20-piece like funk bands, and scale them down to both an 808 drum machine, a Korg MS-10 synthesizer. He hot-wired them together and would record straight into a 4-track recorder. But what he would do after that is take that recorder or that tape and take it to someone to press it to vinyl. And then he sold 50,000 copies of his first record out of his car. And the thing is, that's a monopoly. That's an interesting, when you talk about like kind of freelance, like switching from creative industries, Juan Atkins didn't really have much of a future. He was working he was like going to a community college. He didn't have a job. But what he did was scale down the entire, he kind of built a post-Fordist assembly line for himself to amass wealth. And the thing is, I think he's still sitting on a lot of that wealth right now.
I was living in Detroit 3 years ago, and when we got back in touch, back in like 2018, and something that strikes me in what you're describing is the way that Silicon Valley's like software mapping is coming into Detroit to reassemble the blighted houses, which is a big part of like how techno came about. It was like white flight in the 1960s, and then you have areas of Detroit like the North End, which are, have houses that people are living in, but are marked blight on these software apps. You can basically have an app drive through the city, and regardless of whether a person is living in the home or not, you can mark the place as blight. And so you have these like this Silicon Valley drone's eye view, God's eye view mapping of a city, and it's a model. I think we've talked a lot about different case studies, whether we're talking about Web3 or the city of Detroit. We're talking about maps and models of Silicon Valley thinking, and then also counter models of technological thinking, like within techno as well. And so I think they're like real cusp of this year, whether it's critique of Web3 or it's critique of like Silicon Valley thinking in general, something we've all discussed, is a real desperate need for alternative technological paradigms that are not based on extraction, quantification, computability. And you often find that in the arts. It's like this turn to what is incomputable, what is ineffable. Sometimes there's some mystification and a lot of that as well. But there is a desperate need for like community-based values for technology, which Detroit has like modeled so well.
I mean, that's something that's interesting when you bring up this idea of mapping and modeling. Art spaces typically work as nationalist monuments, and I think that's something that people often forget. Like when Adorno was writing about the culture industry, he was critiquing this idea of artificial culture being produced, particularly by America. But at the same time, he was trying to reach back into the 18th century understanding of Germanness and trying to erect a German and very pre-Nazi understanding of culture. And I respect that, but when we talk about like globalization, we're ultimately talking about global capital. When we talk about being able to like communicate across these, again, stereophonic, like telephonic, like signals with each other, we're talking about colonizing literal waveforms in the air. We're like talking about abstract colonization, and it's interesting because like as we move forward into a so-called Web3, which I would just say is the same utopia that Europe has been heading towards for the last 1,000 years, or thought they have been heading towards for the last 1,000 years. I would call it an apocalypse, but whatever. 60 million natives murdered in between 1820 and 1890. That's how you get a utopia, right? I guess I'm wondering, like with art spaces, like when art spaces start heading towards this kind of, when it starts adopting this tech language, the Silicon Valley language, do you think it's trying to just maintain its nationalist status?
I think the way that tech has come into like a lot of museum spaces, that's a big part of like the book that I'm writing about now is about, which is partly AI art, but using this weird niche space as a kind of case study for the kind of fusion of art and technological and techno-positivist values, especially. So the language of progress, the language of getting better, the language of starting over. And when you speak of utopias, I mean, I think one of the ways that we all connected was thinking about like the model that Silicon Valley exports all over the world. So it might be like a California conversation at first, but it is a model that is in your devices, it's in your phones, it's in every single thing that you're using that is affected by algorithmic culture at all, period. So that model of neutrality, the neutral space, an apolitical space, I think is really one of the things that is now understood deeply as a fantasy that has to be really carefully constructed. And technological culture does that over and over again through simulation, through like a restart. Obviously, we've talked about like gaming metaphors through that, like course through everything that we've done. But when you are using simulations or the products of engineering and software, that starts to shape your cognitive approach to the world. So when you were talking about our screen investment this past year, you know, you take on the presets of the technological devices that you use. You take on the methods of capture and prediction that algorithms also have like built into them. So it's actually becomes a way of thinking, algorithmic thinking. And so that's something we're going off over here. Sorry, these are like our early discussions. But this kind of way of like having people understand how algorithms are shaping and nudging and moving us becomes like a cultural force. It's shaping how we relate to each other, describe each other, model each other. And so this sounds like technocratic thinking, but it's actually just like what is happening.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. And I mean, I think what I divined, at least from what you were describing related to institutions, I mean, the one thing that strikes me participating in this stuff as much or as little as I do is, you know, we started this conversation talking about maybe shifts we've seen happen over the past 18 months. If you zoom out and look at shifts that have happened over the past, say, decade, you know, you've seen a decline of traditional culture industries. I think you're right in saying, in some ways, you know, the traditional kind of like institutions that would anchor those culture industries were, you know, very much based in kind of traditional media centers, very much courted around traditional wealth, right? And in the past 10 to 12 years, you have seen a changing of the guard with where that wealth is concentrated, right? When I lived in San Francisco, that was the big question. Like, all the art institutions were like, well, how do we get tech people to care about art? And it's like, well, they do, but you're doing that and you're reforming your institution in the direction of narratives of, you know, however many, the 20,000 new millionaires in San Francisco after Facebook went public. You start turning and leaning a bit more in this direction, right? That you know, the opera of the future will have board members from Facebook and Tesla, right? It's not going to be the traditional kind of halls of power. And so I think it is quite insightful in a way to be studying, as particularly with the exposure you've had to institutions, be studying how the language over time has kind of curled toward that. I've seen that myself. I won't bitch about the particular case it was, but you know, a lot of artworks, for example, in the kind of more media art realm, like there's been this huge shift toward like experiences, right? Big screens where selling tickets to art events for people to look around and look at lasers and whatever, like kind of Ready Player One simulation type thing.
Wizard of Oz.
Huh?
Yeah, it's like the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, and it's like, I'm like, this is funny because over time, I think this is that question that maybe started in the late aughts, where art institutions were saying, how do we get tech people to care about our institution, is slowly being answered by selling hard tickets to laser shows, right? Like that over time, that has kind of been metabolized. And the one thing I would say as a distinction, just from my own experience, is that what I find most interesting about that is that amongst that technocratic elite, which is very real, very, very real, and is not to be dismissed, there is a fracture. And the fracture is largely, you know, valley culture, which is centralized, you know, traditional companies with venture capitalists that at one point were all on one road. These are your Facebooks, your Twitters, your Web 2s, and then Web 3, the only distinction I would make is that a lot of the characters in that world are not that. This is actually like a very global thing. The whole idea necessarily is not to concentrate so much power in the products that you make, right? And that fracturing, that kind of fracturing intra-tech or whatever is fascinating to me, because there is a power struggle currently taking place that will grow over time, because of course both sides now have a lot of money. Yeah.
No, I'm actually really interested in this particular point, because something I've been noticing is that a lot of these tech people, particularly like Elon Musk, has actually been moving to Texas of all places. And Texas
Berlin.
Yeah. Texas is really interesting because like it's technically not a part of the United States in a traditional way. Its southern border was based on the Mexican-American War, in which in the early 1800s they killed a bunch of natives and were like, this is our land, but also seceded from the north in the sense on the northern border. It was like, yeah, we want to keep our slaves, so And just this past year, like earlier, because of this framing, this modeling, their power grid failed when it snowed in Texas for like the first time ever. And, Senator Ted Cruz went off to Cancun on a vacation while also, being like, let's get rid of abortion rights. But it's interesting. I find it interesting that we see literal decentralization failing on a state level. But we also see tech people moving towards it and trying to monopolize this decentralization towards a sort of Atlantis kind of situation where, Texas is preparing itself for a kind of self-flagellating genocide of itself, which is something I kind of think about when I think about utopias. It's Greek for no place. And I've been thinking a lot about this, we're 2 decades into the new millennium, 2 decades past the actual timeline, the Gregorian calendar that determines what time is. And it's I feel like we're hurtling into a no place scenario, and the only thing that can really be thought of is how to hoard the wealth, which is something that typically happens throughout European history. If you see certain disasters, we were talking about the emergence of the Dutch East India Company in the 1600s after the sort of Ice Age and the sort of break off from the Spanish Empire.
Yeah, no, or just a general feeling. I think where I do agree on there is that I think that there's a general feeling amongst a large group of people that things are over, and what you do in that mode is you hoard and you fight over scraps, right? And so my general goal, at least in life, with life philosophy in a sense, is to be looking for what can be built out of that, but that general climate of kind of stagnation or whatever, I don't feel, to agree with your earlier point, I don't feel that COVID necessarily precipitated that. I feel like it just exposed it. I feel like it really, that once everything slowed down, we got to look back and say, okay, well, things are maybe are as challenged as we believe them to be. And so the conversation then goes from kind of infinite critique and self-cannibalization to trying to make some kind of a plan.
One way that I think about breaking that cycle of critique or these kinds of discourse cycles, speaking of models, one thing that really came to bear this past year was just even this number, 8 years or 10 years, how long we've been doing whatever it is that we do. How you sustain experimentation over time is something I really spent a lot of time with and talking.
You wrote a great piece about this too.
Oh, did I? I don't remember.
The topical cream piece on maintenance.
Oh, right. Yeah. So a lot of my work is now moving towards mentorship. When a young woman or young non-binary person comes up to me and asks how do I get into art, or how do I get into criticism or writing? I want to try to not give a dark picture of the realities of it. I want to give some of the material realities, but in terms of thinking about how do you maintain experimental thinking over time, what this year exposed is how much work we've done to do that on our own. We've invented models. We've come up with ways to form communities. We are still in touch after all of this time, despite not seeing each other for many years at a time. We've invented different ways of communicating and maintaining this kind of practice of risk. And maybe a lot of that is about shifting the frame continually. And I think this is what Web3 and the crypto space is offering a possibility of, is what would it mean to maintain and sustain a practice of experimentation in the arts, in creative practice for a long period of time, because a lot of people burn out or become safe in their work or can't afford to take the risks anymore. And so what is exciting to me about Web3 is like that an actual kind of strategy for maintaining and sharing intergenerational models of experimentation is like on deck. I mean, do you find that?
I hope so. I mean, the thing that strikes me the most about what you say there, which is something I definitely feel, I mean, I'm in my mid-30s now, and given, I don't know, I guess, as someone who like had just left school when Facebook became a thing or whatever, and like started developing a career in like this kind of clearing, time-ticking sand timer of an industry or whatever, the one thing that does really strike me is how there's very few people 20 years older than me I can talk to ask for really tangible advice about almost anything. Related to culture industries, related to whatever, because things changed so drastically. I mean, we spend most of our time in like music circles, and I'll talk to like musicians I respect who are 20 years older who did this, and they're like, oh yeah, you know, just like release a record, or like, yeah, I released a record and I sold 1 million copies. I'm like, okay, well, like that's great. I'm stoked that happened, and I'm glad that the world facilitated that at this point. But that's not practicable advice for anybody now. And of course, like a lot of people who are even 10, 15 years older than us, they themselves were enjoying kind of like the fruits of an industry that had been birthed to facilitate them a long time before, right? Whether even in the independent music industry, that even when people tried their best to to break away and kind of make their own labels, have their own record stores or whatever, they were still enjoying the benefits of a consumer practice or a consumer habit that had been cultivated for decades prior of people paying for things, and that being like a cultural thing that you do. You know, we had a pretty aggressive and violent break from that, you know. And so the one thing that I'm encouraged about particularly, I mean, you say talking to younger people, is number one, they don't have any of the burdens that we do, right? Because like we grew up in the image of people maybe 10 years older than us listening to them. They don't have any of that association, for better and worse. I was joking before, they also have no stylistic, like, they don't read culture in the same way we do at all whatsoever. It's like everything is just kind of like a cue. Everything's this, you know, techno is like a thing that you put there, and then next to this jacket, next to this crust punk thing, and they it all means something different because they grew up in a different environment playing with these things in very different ways. But number two, they're all like almost unanimously interested in what new tools they can have at their disposal to make their situations work. Because while we might be lamenting in an Unsound context or in a broader music industry context of a decline of a music industry, they never knew it, right? So they've never seen any of that. They've been floating on social media all their lives, like playing popularity contests, and all they want in the world, they're not afraid of metrics, they're not afraid of money, they're not afraid of, you know, quantification or financialization or any of this stuff. They're not afraid of any of that because they've lived in that reality. What they want is ownership. They want to be able to build it themselves, right? And so that's the encouraging thing for me, what you're describing related to Web3. I certainly don't promise a utopia at all. But I do think that there are a great many tools available there for different groups of people to build what they want, and in a permissionless way. Permissionless being a term that basically means there's nobody to impede you from doing that, right? Like if you build something, you control it. There is no middle entity that can impede its development in whatever way, right? And I think that ultimately that's very positive coming from a Twitter, Facebook, Spotify, whatever paradigm. It's very positive to have those tools available to people.
I mean, earlier before this talk, you know, breaking the fourth wall here, before this moment, we were talking a lot about, I mean, just this idea of like people believing in things. And I bring up the fourth wall breaking moment to talk about how we believe right now that we are on a stage broadcasting ourselves through these cameras out to the metaverse. But, you know, what happens when you have a generation of kids who didn't grow up in a time without the internet, and they've learned, like you said, to only objectify things. They only know objects with no object permanence. And yeah, at what point does that person stop believing in people? When do they stop believing in currency? When do they stop believing in streets and roads and cities? And when does that sort of, Yeah, I think you see what I'm getting at. With that.
I mean, we talked earlier about criticality as a way to like slow down the breakneck pace of technological progress, where things are changing so quickly that like legacy institutions can't keep up, criticism can't keep up. Art criticism definitely can't. And what I'm finding in the Web3 space, and I'm curious to hear from both of you, I mean, there's so much algorithmically generated art. There's so many artists handcrafting algorithms to churn out 50 editions, 100 editions, 300 editions. And what you see on like the traditional media art, digital media side, which has now become more, I don't want to say center, but more stable, rather than like fringe, is becoming more stable, are these turf wars about what art is good and what art is bad. What I'm curious about is in an algorithmically generated landscape where you will have more art that's made by machines, most of the writing that we read, a lot of the journalism we read is first auto-generated and then edited, where we're swimming in this like visual landscape that's part machinic and part human, where the kind of stay against that spectacle you were talking about within museums of, for example, you can have like Prada and Microsoft having an exhibition on AI. That's something that happens now. Museums are wholeheartedly jumping on the kind of AI train and doing these massive blockbuster exhibitions of like critical examinations of AI. And so you have these binaries of art and tech still kind of like becoming firm. But within Web3, what do you make of this kind of widely algorithmically generated landscape of like, what does that mean for the future of artistic practice?
So to qualify further what you're saying, I've been trying to communicate this to people, and it shouldn't be read as like some fanciful speculative futurism bullshit, because I actually don't like that very much. The scenario you describe about being able to automate art production, without honestly trying to not sound as little of a dickhead as possible in saying this, like that is real now. And that's one of the frustrations I have with some of this stuff is like on this topic of like AI stuff, and it's frustrating because you'll have the Prada, Microsoft Foundation, blah, 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 like what if in the future? And it's like, yeah, most of those people talk shit, but at the same time, like on the research level, these tools are really, really heavily available. And you're right, because I think in the Web3 space, there's a lot of money floating around at the moment. The positive side of that is it's accelerating a lot of that development. And the negative side of it is a lot of it isn't my favorite work. But what it's doing in a sense is it's bringing us really rapidly toward that, because now you have a lot of technical artists who, you know, don't want to go through traditional channels. They go through Web3 just because there's more money there. There's a more captive audience there. There's more money there. And so, you know, traditional institutions are really going to struggle to compete with that. I think the good news is, and this is going back to why I think things like Unsound exist, cultures that we might have participated in or met through exist, is that once you kind of decouple our romance with like a particular period of time or a particular style of music or a particular album or whatever it is, all these things that don't actually matter, there's an ethos that's developed there. There's a criticality that's there, and there's a context that's established. There's a reason for doing something. There's a why-ness. There's a whatever that will become, I think, actually even more important once we start automating things. And the reason I say that is that I've been doing a lot of work with ML art generation in the past couple of years. Like, once you get past the initial shock of being able to make anything that you want really quickly, the novelty goes off completely. You know, so there's the initial shock where you're like, wow, a computer can do that. And then, you know, you do it 20 times, and then you see 200 people do it, and you see 1,000 people trying to sell versions of it. You're like, okay, I've seen that now, right? So ultimately, the one like failsafe we have with whatever the technological advancement is that fundamentally, like, you know, the more easy it becomes to do something, the more difficult it becomes to stand out. And ultimately, whatever an artist is in that context isn't going to most likely in 20 years be releasing an album. I mean, or, you know, isn't most likely going to be participating in these kind of trivial things that were hallmarks of an industrial period in the late 20th century or whatever. That stuff doesn't matter, but what they will do is they'll still be doing the same kinds of things that it took to make a remarkable album in 1990, or the same kinds of things that it took to make a remarkable piece of artwork in 1979, or whatever it might be. And that's like asking questions, contextualizing things, making it mean something, you know? And so right now you're in this period of like really rapid development, and it's really real, and my great frustration is just wanting to get everyone up to speed so that we can just acknowledge that that's real and that's what's coming. But I'm not super worried about it I'm not super worried about it like ruining everything. I just think in the short term, there's like a lot of status games and money and whatever that's making it complicated.
I have this question then, which is an interesting question, I guess. What is tech and why does it move forward? That doesn't, I mean, really think about it. Like, what is tech? Humans have been around for a long time, and the planet itself has been around for billions of years without tech. What is tech? Where did it come from? And why does it persist on moving forward? And something I've noticed throughout the book that I didn't intend to actually write in while writing this book was that the reason Juan Atkins had the gear that he had was because a military veteran, a guy who worked at Area 54, who was from Tuskegee, Alabama. He was there at the same time as Lionel Richie and my aunt, who dated Lionel Richie, which is a whole thing.
Wow.
Yeah. He effectively built MIDI. He was doing, we can get into all that later. But the thing is, Juan Atkins was really just fascinated by the fact that there was gear in front of him that he could buy cheaply that was, I mean, the 808 was, I think people have to remember that it didn't sell. Like, Roland was not making a lot of money, and he was using, like, gear that people, like, did not want. And the reason this gear was able to sort of get back into a market is because Dave Smith and the other guy, Clive Barker, or something like that, announced, or they wrote the paper on MIDI that allowed these various music companies to allow their gear to talk to each other. And that's what techno is. Techno is electronic devices speaking to each other through hot wiring. But, you know, through MIDI, a bunch of competitive companies decided to do something communal for some reason, but I'll tell you that reason. It was to make money together because they weren't making money separately. And that's the thing that, you know, moved forward, was a bunch of individuals wanting to make more money. But at the same time, I mean, you have like the Telecommunications Act, like, was it 1996, in which suddenly people could, or companies could monopolize media across any platform and open up copyrights. So again, this thing is like opening up after a sort of conglomerate centralization has happened, and then we move into the Napster era where suddenly music is completely free. And, you know, we're talking again about kids who are able to drink poison at the age of 21 and have never experienced a time without the internet. And I'm one of those kids in a lot of ways. I'm 31 now, but I got a computer in my room at the age of 6, which is what's wrong with me. I had very low-speed broadband internet. And
Oops.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a television with like 100 channels on one side of my room and computer with the internet on the other side of the room in a house in Alabama that was built by my great-grandfather with his hands after he freed himself from slavery. So, you know, and I was sleeping in the bed that he died in. So in this ex-slave's room, I had 2 pieces of gear, 24-hour television, which was completely new, and the internet, just fucking my whole world up in a whirlwind for 5 years. And as a kid, I would sit and, you know, stare at the sky or the ceiling, whatever, and be like, what is this? Why is this happening? And my dad would tell me, he's like, you know, when I was growing up, the television would turn off at 10. And I was telling you, Matt, earlier, my dad doesn't walk, he's an economist. He doesn't walk into Walmarts. He doesn't go to the malls. No, he doesn't do that stuff. He doesn't participate in capital in that way. Instead, what he does is he does accounting work and installs himself into the back end of companies across the world and, you know, begins to kind of play with their dollars. You know, that's what black people do. We're the back end of things. But anyway, going back to that fundamental question, like, what is tech and why does it move forward? Because, I mean, I am an actual victim of future shock. Like, Y2K scared the shit out of me when I was 10. 9/11 scared me terribly. And America does this thing where it has these like sort of amnesic like recursions where I always say it's like living in a neighborhood, a really nice neighborhood for 30 years of your life, and it's totally fine. It's wonderful. Then all of a sudden you go outside and you see someone's husband in the middle of the street with his head chopped off and like a bike like welded to his neck, and you're like, what is that? And, you know, detectives go and talk to everybody in the neighborhood, and everyone goes, oh, I don't know a damn thing. And you never get an answer for it, and everyone moves on. And that's what I see the internet and tech as being. It just popped up, and it fucked us all up, and then, you know, it just keeps moving forward, and we're like, what is that big-ass dragon? Like, what is that? Why does it keep moving forward? And, you know, I had to tell my dad that, you know, a few months into COVID, a few months into the protests, I had to, you know, call my dad and be like, and my mom, and be like, she's a social worker. And I was like, Dad, I remember all of that stuff. I remember Columbine. I remember, Benghazi. I remember O.J. Simpson. I remember everything. I remember all of it. And I'm expected at 31 years old to just continue my life working a job, getting on airplanes, acting like, Wilbur and what's-his-face, or the fucking like guys who invented the airplanes. I have to pretend like they weren't psychopaths that were jumping off of cliffs with like fucking, wooden planks attached to their arms to invent this thing that we use to travel around the world. Like, what is tech and why does it move forward?
It's a good question. I mean, the closest answer I get, that's a big question, but the best answer I've heard, there's a theory called chain operateur. It's a contested theory, as a lot of these theories are, so I don't think it's alone in being contested. But the whole idea is that there's a particular period of human development where even though at that point our brains allegedly weren't developed enough for us to have developed language, we were clearly passing instructions on to our progeny. So our children were learning what we were learning, and their children were learning what they were learning. And this went on for like centuries of us not being able to really get our heads together enough to communicate or whatever, but we're passing on instructions. We haven't learned to write. And the basic idea at that point was we learned to communicate through choreography. And so we have kind of pattern recognition built into us, and we would see our mother sculpting a tool in a particular way, and then we would just mimic and do the same thing. And so the chain operateur idea is that through, they call it entrainment, which Mr. Rhythm Analyst will be very familiar with, but this idea of humans' ability to coordinate to a pulse, that something along that, something in that gave us the ability also to mimic and to learn in accordance with the pulse, to learn instructions, and that's how we began making tools. What's interesting about that, though, related to your question, is that if that were to be true, that provides some evidence that, us making or manufacturing technology is older than our ability to rationalize it, right? That there's something innate in us that we need, that we want to do that. We innately want to build stuff. So I don't quite know what it is, but it's clearly, I think it's older than our capacity to understand it, which is something. Yeah.
And we can also go to the root of techno in the root of the word technology is any intervention that humans make into the landscape. So one, the first stick that someone used to mark a circle in the dirt to mark out some sort of communication. Language is a technology. Another often frequent use is the printing press, the loom. These are all technological interventions. And to this point of entrainment, technological ways of thinking we've been practicing since we were on the first planes together. Simulation is also something that we're practicing mentally all the time, regardless of whether we have any connection to software or not. You're simulating this talk being over, you're simulating getting to the next day, you're always thinking virtually. And so one argument for technological thinking is it's something we've always been practicing. And it's just the system that we build, the external system in which we place our hopes and desires for futurity or an ideal space or another world has been externalized into software and the technological spaces that we have. So when we talk about AI and a newer generation coming up in only an algorithmic landscape, I think they're incredibly trained at this mirroring back and forth and are going to be the most nimble and able to traverse it and be able to think of what is our relationship to a technological tool that learns from us continually, and everything we say and everything that we do is probably a little bit more than just a tool. And so I think there's also more of a desire to not place this field within a tired art history kind of lineage. I see a lot of AI artists talking about, well, it's just like Solowit. I, use an algorithm and make a bunch of rules or tweak the rules, and then it makes a set of outputs that I can't control. Instead, I see more people thinking about what is a kind of intimate relationship we have with software that is emotional and psychological and full of our desires and longings. And in that way, you can think of it as a relationship that we can actually shape for the better.
I'm really glad you just said the phrase desire and longing. That's why my first album was called Of Desire Longing.
I knew it came from somewhere on this couch in this space. Yeah, it's a beautiful title.
Thank you. No, I call myself speaker music because it's music for your speakers. But also I use like an iPad because I'm interested in like this haptic thing. I've been working with the iPad for the last 10 years, and I told myself if I ever got kicked out of music journalism and had to like, start making music, which is what happened because, music journalists are racist because they have a narrative they have to tell, got to tell that narrative, which is why we're here right now, because the narrative stopped working and people stopped consuming because they stopped believing in the narrative. But again, we're all at a music festival, so I guess the narrative is still kind of working, right? But not enough for you to buy the music. But anyway, I wanted to touch the iPad. I wanted to have an intimate relationship with my gear. And also it was a tribute to my partner. That's when I made my first ever music, was just sitting in a room with her, and she had this red light in the room, and it just, suddenly this album fell out of me. And I was really interested in this like improvisation that just like happened, where this ambient sort of record just like happened, and kind of transferring these emotions into gear. And, we were also talking earlier about how I feel like Americans have lost their fascination with the frontier. They've lost their fascination with the actual land that they've worked so hard over the last 400 years, murdering and like stealing and corrupting. They're just bored with it now after just like, again, murdering so many people. They're just like, let's go mess with Taiwan and poke at China. Let's go like play with the Palestinian like Israeli border. Let's like just throw $1 billion at them and see what's going on there. Let's go to Mars. Like, and again, with that question of like what is tech and why does it move forward, it's why have we lost our fascination?
Well, I think the frontier myth, and maybe this is like, I don't know where we are in time, but I think the frontier myth is alive and well within tech, at least, where the mind and the brain and your emotional life is the new frontier. And Jeff Bezos was in a cowboy hat, I think, when he went out into space, right? Or maybe I didn't hallucinate that.
And the first cowboys were black.
So I think the frontier myth is, and this idea of like a utopic space is still very like much present and alive and well, but I think there is more of an ability to like locate it now when it pops up. Is like a new place, a new frontier, a new space to move into, but then that space is not apolitical or neutral.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think that also speaks to what I mentioned earlier with the tension between, let's say, people who are invested in the idea of a technology that might indeed kind of make things better, or we might indeed have more control over. Gotcha. Did that say 5 or 15? 15. Oh, great. The tension earlier I mentioned between a technocratic power structure that currently exists, which I have many reservations about. Just because those people do have this frontier mentality doesn't necessarily mean that an intrepid, ambitious goal of trying to accomplish something is a bad thing, right? It all just depends on what you want to accomplish, right? And I'd say the same kind of happened with a friend of mine, Evgeny Morozov, coined the term solutionism, which is often misquoted, right? Which of course didn't mean that solutions are bad, right? Solutions are good, like curing cancer, great, right? Like it's not solutionistic to want to apply machine learning techniques to identify cancer, but rather the solutionism he was critiquing was a focus on saying, well, actually, the only way we can solve a problem is by, for example, this one particular market strategy, or whatever it might be. And so, yeah, I agree with you. I think that one of the tensions, in a sense, and one of the causes of stagnation, in some senses, is that we are kind of stuck. Where, like, the people who are tasked, in many ways, to be thinking about where the future needs to go, there's a great deal of natural cynicism and skepticism about where that needs to be. The danger in that process is that I worry and sometimes despair, particularly online, which is never a good idea to look or take seriously, but confusing like skepticism about a particular approach toward building things or whatever with what can often be kind of received as a kind of reactionary resistance of any attempt to build something else, right? A kind of clutching of pearls or a squatting of a history, where, an attempt to build something else that doesn't represent, the standards and habits of 90s music consumption or something is techno-optimistic bullshit or whatever. That's, so I guess the thing to tease out of that is like, again, like a sober reading of, where things are going, a language and a new understanding maybe of how to read the desire and the ambitions of technocratic power, of techno-capital, whatever you want to describe it, and an attempt in some ways to figure out what we might want in opposition to that, or what we might want that wouldn't be accomplished in them doing that, and that's a difficult conversation to have. I don't know. Yeah, sorry, I kind of ended up rambling there, but because frontierism does exist, and I'm not necessarily against it. It just depends on what frontier you're drawing. That's my.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, there's a few things that this immediately makes me think of, and so black music can be broken into 3 distinct parts, which is why techno is black. So one is that there's sacred music, there's secular music. Sacred is like the gospel music, vocal music. Secular is like the blues. It's like a virtual world that you put over yourself that, and you sing to yourself, and it's like an imaginary friend that sits alongside you as you're like hopping across the train tracks, or hopping along trains along the American frontier. And then there's the art music that popped up after the World War II, which was in complete opposition to global capitalism and global warfare. But in this, with techno, there's something particular about the gear coming into place where suddenly, it makes me think a lot about the griot tradition in which, and you were talking about this kind of like intergenerational kind of like memeing and teaching. In traditional like African cultures, with the griot, there's a sort of shaman, a really like an elder that takes aside some of the young people in the tribe, or this is how it used to be done, and they would tell those kids the entire story, and you would just like be stuffed with the story. And then, after years of training, you would be able to just spit the story out at any time in any different combination of ways forever. And that's like rapping kind of comes from that. And that's what I do. I tell the story. Like when I was a kid, at the elementary school I went to, which is also the same elementary school that Angela Davis went to, every year we would pick a black figure, and we would have to dress up like that figure on stage in front of a town, about the same size crowd as this, and we would have to tell the story of that person. Have a little cute black girl with the little pigtails, and she'd get up and be like, I'm Matters C.J. Walker, the first black millionaire. And I'd be like, I'm Martin Luther King, and I had a dream, and we would like literally embody these people and tell their stories and pass them on to each other as children. And, when I think about frontiers, I've been thinking a lot about this sort of spirit possession and this kind of like actual embodiment of history inside of the body, away from the computer. I mean, of course I use a computer every day to like learn these histories, but also like really spooling it in my head. And also my partner's been learning Chinese. She's traditionally Chinese and has been like learning the language and like really spooling the language in her head and thinking about these more traditional ways of divining and encoding and passing on information. And, I guess I always wonder at what point do we like dip away from the screen and start divining in different ways, and outside of these abstract kind of data indicators and start using the air itself to bend. And I'm not talking about like mystical stuff. I'm talking literally about living and breathing in culture. I mean, we've all seen Pocahontas where she talks about the colors of the wind, and we all know the colonizers did not see the colors of the wind. That's why they killed all the bison. Well, it was to starve the natives, but also because they didn't respect bisons as these like beautiful creatures, and that's why they're nearly extinct. And yeah, it's just like there's so much else out there that could be learned. So much other stuff. I mean, in 1890, okay, look, just Google the Fisk Jubilee Singers, and also Google Ghost Dance. Ghost Dance was a point in 1890 when the last surviving natives and some of the freed Africans got together and did a dance across the entire Midwest up into Alberta, and they just danced, and they danced all night, and they danced and danced, and the colonizers couldn't figure out why they were dancing. They were just hooping and hollering. But in that dance, they predicted a second coming, which would come right about 2020. And that's the frontier that I'm looking towards. This traditional, mystical ghost dance, this thing past, the tech that will inevitably fail when the planet decides to just flood a city, when the ground decides to open up and swallow up a city. When the Earth, this thing that actually is much smarter than us, I mean, we're simply blood cells or little synapses firing off on this giant, beautiful creature's body. I'm interested in that frontier when we can all finally actually have a sort of planetary consciousness together. But I'm not sure it can happen through tech, or at least it hasn't happened yet. Or, we can go straight to the architect's house. We can all get together right now. We can go over to Jeff Bezos' house, knock on his door, and say, hey, get your ass out of here. But we would never do that, right?
There's too much security. But I think Fred Turner talks about this too. It's the way that the frontiers.
I love Fred Turner.
Yeah, Fred Turner is the bomb. Fred Turner's amazing. But Fred Turner talks a lot about frontierism built into Silicon Valley ideology. And the frontier he's talking about is the Puritans looking down from the hill at all of America as a wild to be conquered, regardless of the people that were living there, regardless of the thousands of years of history that were there. And so when we talk about the frontier as a model, it's this model of Detroit as a software map of gridded houses. It's superimposing a kind of skin of the ideology of software onto a space that already has a history and context. And you see this exported everywhere all over the world. And so that frontierism, I like what you're describing as an alternative way to think of a frontier, maybe endowed with context and history and mess and ghosts and haunting, the haunting of, the ideology of a neutral space, that there is no neutral space no matter how much you keep trying to simulate that.
Well, I agree with both of you. I think that, on the one hand, the one thing that your discussion right there, DeForest, reminded me of is absolutely when, over the course of COVID, when everything became immaterial, the one thing it definitely made me want to do, which I haven't been quite as good as I'd like to at pursuing, is I was like, oh yeah, the world would really suck if it was all just this all the time. We're kind of getting to simulate pure immaterial world where there are no spaces to hang out in or messy, long discussions in nice halls in Krakow. And the other side too that I completely agree with Nora is, I think that's, again, speaks kind of to the heart of what the ideological distinction is between a technocratic regime that I'm very critical of and a technocratic regime that I'm very cautiously optimistic of, is the fallacy, the absurd fallacy of a kind of one-size-fits-all, of the big phallic entity guy who has a vision for how all of our lives are going to be better with the deployment of my code. This idea that to be honest, I mean, that was kind of a limitation, right? Up until now, up until very recently, but as you said, the iPhone's 12 years old, right? Having personal computers is not that old in the grand arc of history. That has been kind of the way that you do things, right? That's the way that things scale, is individuals have companies and then their vision gets to dominate everybody else. If there is an ideological distinction between what I'm skeptical of and what I'm optimistically cautious about, is that it's absurd to suggest that code that I push will be received well in Wisconsin scenes or communities that could use those tools to do their own thing. They could actually greatly benefit from a technological augmentation for their hopes and desires, the kind of agreements that they want to make in the world. But I'm most likely not going to solve that for them because I don't know the context. And I think that's the problem. That's the major distinction, at least between Web 2 and Web 3 in some ways. As Web 2 is it's kind of this like it or lump it, right? Everyone gets a Facebook account. These are the ways that you use it, right? Versus you don't own anything. Your businesses now have to completely reform themselves in the image of whatever a few designers in California decide, versus giving the tools to a bunch of different people and hoping that there's 1,000 different networks, right, over time. And that's the great hope, and will bring with it a lot of stickiness. Now, we have about 5 minutes left. I wonder if you would like to take any questions.
I'd love to hear a question.
Yeah, in case there are any, please. Oh, we've got a few.
Thanks for sticking with us. Wow.
Hey.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much for the talk. This one goes to Matt, actually. I understand the idea of giving more tools into more people's hands and having them be this decentralized thing where everybody's, working towards various things. But, when you talk about building, you require raw material, right? And raw material in the form of either the planet, resources. So when you say more building, all I'm thinking about is more towers, transmission towers. I'm thinking about more servers, and or also in terms of, content that gets produced. So ultimately, these young people who we know are mental, a lot of them suffer from like mental health issues, usually related to these screens. So in what case does sustainability of both the planet from a holistic view and like of people come into play?
Yeah.
How do we deal with that in Web 3.0?
It's great. We did an episode which I'd recommend with a researcher who's actually she's a nuclear campaigner, and this could take a huge detour, but the basic idea is that nuclear power gets a really bad rep, even though very complicated discussion. There are some positives to it, particularly related to climate change, right? The IPCC report recommended that nuclear power be part of every country's energy mix in order to meet our climate goals, et cetera. She had done all this research where she was speaking to people, Zoomers, let's say, and she was saying, yeah, it's funny, of a particular generation, they are whip smart, like, are really into facts and figures. Like Greta Thunberg, for better or worse, has been this figure that like captured their imagination. They will not give up their phones, right? Like that's the one non-negotiable. They're like, we can talk about greening and reforesting and all this kind of stuff, but they're like, no, phones are here. Like we like the utility of these things. I think that long-term sustainability, I mean, talking about like energy mix stuff, that's a broader conversation, like in terms of how to make this stuff sustainable. I think also for me, if there's a distinction between Web 2 and Web 3 related to sustainability and mental health, one of the great fallacies of Web 2, right? Web 2 was built on a premise. They didn't figure out a business model, right? And so the way in which Web 2 runs on constant engagement. That's the business model. They want to know everything about you at all times because ultimately that information is then sold. That is the industry around Web 2. My great hope with Web 3, and this is not shared by everyone in the Web 3 community, absolutely not. My great hope with Web 3 is that actually by reinstantiating value exchange, we might be able to slow down in areas where we need to, where it's actually healthy for us to do so, and retain our technological engagements in other ways, right? So like one of the projects I'm working on at the moment is trying to figure out ways to fund people to disappear from the internet for 7 months to write a book or an album or something along those lines, and then come back so that their career is not dependent on them being online all the time producing surplus shit. Crap. Right? Like, and this is like the standard industrial expectation in a Web 2 paradigm. And the other thing I would just say around Web 3, which you didn't mention, but some people it comes to their head because there's a lot of, to be honest, like very misleading articles about the ecological impact of mining systems. It is energy intensive, but for what it's worth, that often comes up in this context, and it's largely overblown. I'll just say that. But yeah, so that would be my. We have to cut. Oh, I apologize. Well, we're gonna be around. We'll be hanging out in there in case there's any more questions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, well, look, thank you so much, Nora and DeForest, for hanging out. We're going to be here for the rest of the festival. Thank you for everyone for being here, and enjoy this wonderful opportunity of a festival.
Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you, Unsound, for like bringing people together in space again, because that's like it's blowing my mind. It's beautiful and wonderful. Okay. Good night.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Sorry about the delay, technical issues. I want to thank all the organizers of Unsound for inviting us to present our research here today. It's our first time in Poland and our first time at Unsound, so we're really excited to be here. And today, what we're going to do is give you an overview, which is part technical and part historical, conceptual, of the relationship of the voice and the notion of authenticity to machine learning models, and specifically machine learning models for audio. So in recent years, the face has often taken center stage in discussions of the problems of machine learning. And through both classification and prediction tasks for computer vision, machine learning engineers across the world have really sought to revive the prospects of the face as a mediator between physiological form and internal character. And the development of techniques for facial recognition classification and facial expression classification, which look at the morphological features of the face and also subdermal movements of the face, have really reinvigorated what can be called a prosopoetic relationship between the interior and the exterior, which is common to the kind of pseudosciences of physiognomy and phrenology, which you might be familiar with. But in centering this analysis of this relationship upon the face, what a lot of researchers missed is the fact that an identical relationship is constructed in vocal forensics, which assumes that the voice, craniofacial structure, and the body writ large are connected in some specific fashion. Hope that's not too bad. And our target today is the speculative function of these models. So we suggest that these models don't only seek to imagine, but actively hallucinate the face. And in doing so, they attend to a kind of assumed fidelity between the speaker, or the vocal signal, and an individuated voice. And the guiding logic behind this hallucinatory process is really its assumption of a kind of phonic irreducibility of the voice. So the voice is a kind of glimpse into the essence of the individual. And so much as the monarch in Italo Calvino's story, A King Listens, remarks, he says that the voice could be the equivalent of a hidden and most genuine part of the person. And the task of the hallucinatory models we're going to show you today is precisely to demarcate this uniqueness or genuine part of the vocal signal with respect to an imagined anatomy of the speaker. And these models ultimately suggest that appearance or physical representation is occluding or hiding some more authentic features of the speaker, which we can reveal through an analysis of their voice. And in particular, we're going to explore this distinction between hallucination as a process of data interpolation and hallucination as a process of data extrapolation, which is a kind of difference between maybe reconstruction and generation. And we're going to call into question the extent to which these models can give us any access to true or authentic representations of a person via their voice. And this is going to be a part technical, part conceptual presentations we've mentioned, and the technical side of it will be run in Google Colab notebooks, which for anyone who is familiar or unfamiliar is just a way to run code and notes in the browser together using someone else's hardware. And we're going to make these available after the talk so you can explore these models for yourself too. And our practice, just for a brief note, explores these things through what could be called an investigative engineering practice, or speculative computing, which explores the logics that construct both the problem and the feature space in contemporary data science and machine learning across the modalities of both computer vision and computer audio. And in particular, we adopt what we call an adversarial or antagonistic approach to these models, seeking to destabilize them or perturb them in order to reverse engineer the assumptions that are beneath them, whether they're socio-cultural or socio-technical. And as the Digital Methods Initiative notes, the goal of such a practice is not simply to import well-known methods from the humanities, the social sciences, or computing, but the focus is on how methods might change, owing to the technical specificities of new media. So how engaging with machine learning might change the way in which we might approach some of these social problems from a humanistic point of view.
So as part of this, we want to note some of the challenges faced by independent researchers and artists conducting this sort of investigative practice using computational systems. So as the failure to provide the code or other data for other scholars to reproduce research is a common problem in the world of machine learning. And though researchers often publish their work via preprint platforms such as Archive and share their work at yearly conferences, the failure to provide the source code required to reproduce and validate the findings often leads to a lot of wasted time on the part of independent researchers and a broader loss for the scientific community. Both Archive and these conferences are beset with papers which demonstrate novel uses of machine learning across a wide range of industries and practices, in which the authors endlessly promise the release of repos and notebooks, but they never ever seem to materialize. And whilst the platform Papers with Code exists as a testament to the efforts of researchers who do openly share new techniques and technologies with the wider community, its counterpart, Papers Without Code, exists to highlight the problem. So, I mean, part of the issue stems from legitimate concerns about the field's liberal use of data available on the internet. In the past, models have been trained upon large datasets of faces and voices scraped from YouTube, Flickr, and other public access media repositories. And these were often shared widely by researchers, with many early machine models being trained upon them. For one, Adam Harvey and Jules Laplace's work, Exposing AI, provides a really great catalog and a search engine for interrogating some of these early data sets. There are legitimate reasons not to share the data used in the construction of these models, but it means that there exists a barrier to entry for those arriving later to the scene. Furthermore, as a large group of researchers noted in a letter in Nature on the subject of transparency and reproducibility in AI, the sharing of code and data across other scientific fields, such as genomics, which deals with equally, if not more, sensitive data, has been governed by clearly defined and well-enforced guidelines for decades. They go on to state that if a data set cannot be shared with the entire scientific community because of a licensing or other insurmountable issue, at a minimum, a mechanism should be set so that some highly trained independent investigators can access the data and verify the analysis. Before we go much further, we want to briefly outline the model we'll be exploring today and specifically note some of the ethical problems with it and why it's important to explore the methods and assumptions of these systems. So speech-to-face is a self-supervised machine learning model that aims to generate the face of a speaker based solely on the information provided by their voice. Unlike other models which might specify certain attributes of the speaker, such as hair color, skin tone, eye color, before generating, speech-to-face is not parameterized in this way. The model doesn't aim to reproduce a facsimile of the speaker from the input signal. It actually aims to capture the facial traits that can be positively associated with the vocal signal. So in doing so, the authors of Speech-to-Face are suggesting that the vocal information, later rendered as the generated or hallucinated face, can proxy for characteristics as broad-ranging as age, craniofacial features such as the shape of the nose and jaw, all the way to gender and ethnicity. Given the problematics of representation, the model rightfully received a cold public reception despite being accepted for exhibition at the Computer Vision and Pattern Recognition Conference in 2019. In particular, ethicists and researchers such as Alex Hanna found fundamental flaws with the myriad assumptions concerning gender representation and vocal character embedded in this kind of work. Hannah's objections, which were shared by us and apply equally to this model, are that not only did the paper mischaracterize gender as a determinate biophysical condition rather than a social form of representation, but also that the harms of misrepresentation in a mistaken or failed hallucination via misclassification of the voice based on anti-trans patterns constituted an additional ethical problem, even if the model worked. Despite the fact that the code to reproduce this model is currently unavailable, despite being promised by the authors, and perhaps due to the backlash, neither the unavailability of the code nor the ethical issues raised by the model have stopped authors of a similar model, Speech Fusion to Face, submitting in 2021. As such, we found it imperative to grasp the socio-cultural assumptions and the technical logic behind these models in order to interrogate their claims and demonstrate the fragility of their assumptions when it comes to thinking about the voice. The aim of our project is not to reproduce speech-to-face to affirm its viability, but as an exercise of investigative engineering to make clear the trajectory and problematics of contemporary machine learning, uncovering its underlying assumptions and finding ways to manipulate them.
So the voice occupies a particular place in this kind of forensic imaginary. And in their overview of the use of machine recognition and identification models in the 20th century, Xiaoshang Li and Mara Mills note the introduction of vocal portraits into the criminal archives of police departments across Europe and the United States. So this is 1900 through to mid-2000s. And much as Francis Galton's composite photography was made to speak to the character of the individual through a typology of criminality, its phonographic equivalent in sound archives was also sought to represent the gradient of social deviance through a new form of criminology, which inserts, according to Li and Mills, the probabilistic. And they go on to suggest that vocal portraiture in all its various guises over the century was a triple system of documentation, surveillance, and automation, which focuses attention away from the voice as a kind of unique part of the individual, but as a kind of standardized framework for the recognition of speech sounds. And to grasp how this history affects machine learning today, we build upon Li and Mills' position through a reading of vocal forensics, which refers to anthropologist Clyde Snow's method of osteobiography, which is the way in which he identified human remains via their bones and their skeleton. And when he was queried on his process, Snow remarked that a skeleton contains a brief but very useful and informative biography of an individual, if you know how to read it. And it's this reading that we're really concerned with here when it comes to machine learning. Because as Thomas Keenan and Io Wiseman highlight, the word biography tells us that what is of concern is not just the moment of death, but the entire history of a life. A sequence of illnesses, incidents, and accidents, along with the conditions of nutrition, labor, and habit that is fossilized into the morphology and texture of bones. And the field of vocal forensics really suggests that a similar story is told by the spectra of the voice signal. So whether it's genetic factors, like the degradation of your vocal fold composition as you grow older, or environmental factors like your diet or levels of pollution in your area, or the stress placed upon your voice in everyday activities like where you work, the frequencies of the vocal signal are basically used to demarcate qualitative and quantitative features of a voice, and observations of which are then used to make further judgments on the individual with that voice and about the world in which they live. So the task of facial generation or facial reconstruction from these vocal signals really relies upon developing a mapping. And this mapping is from the acoustic character of the voice to the craniofacial features of the speaker or the assumed speaker. And Rita Singh's Profiling Humans from Their Voice outlines a kind of clear place for this osteological approach to questions of the voice. And in doing so, Singh cites Walter Babcock Swift, who is a 20th century, kind of early 1900s, laryngologist and neurologist, whose primary research centered around the analysis and correction of speech disorders. And he stated that he had shown that vocal quality depends absolutely upon bone structure, that bone structure is inherited, and therefore vocal quality is inherited. And from this, Singh makes the argument that there's enough information in our voices to make reasonably good physical and statistically supported assumptions about the inherited features of the voice. And you can see here that Swift is really heavy on the eugenics in this period as well. And as Io Wiseman notes in another essay on forensic anthropology, and the image is the bone, it's through the lens of facial recognition and forensic anthropology that the skull and the face kind of mediate the truth of identity. And they do this through the materiality of the body, where it kind of comes to bear witness as a kind of testimony of bones and flesh. And we want you to kind of understand or appreciate that a similar osteobiography of the voice is carried out by models like speech-to-face. So they fabricate an imagined skull, which is contoured by the voice and the spectra produced by a sonorous body. And Adriana Cavero emphasizes in her reading of Calvino's text that I mentioned earlier, that the voice is considered to be the most genuine and unique part of the individual because it makes its way from the inside out. So the voice is forced out through the lungs, through the vocal apparatus, and past the tongue. And it emerges, but the body lingers in this signal. It's kind of a Barthesian grain, which for Roland Barthes was found in the voice and in song, but for vocal forensics is found in this interaction between time, frequency, and amplitude that defines the vocal signal. And the biography of the voice, then, is simultaneously a narration of the body. Right? And it rests upon these determinations of skull geometry. So if the skull defines the dimensions of your face, and the face defines the dimensions and boundaries of your vocal apparatus, then the quality of the vocal signal depends completely on the structure of your skull. And the geometry of the vocal tract, when we're analyzing it computationally, really takes this spectral mapping of the voice and provides us clues to the skull of the speaker, if we take Sing and Swift to be accurate. And Sing takes the voice to its kind of phrenological terminus, and she states that the web of relations deepens, and it reinforces those between voice and the human face when myriad other links are considered. For example, facial structure is related to a person's facial appearance. We can probably take that as a given, but the relations of facial appearance to aggression and to race, and of aggression and race independently to voice, thereby connect to voice. Kind of conspiracist mapping of features here. And though she kind of couches this by saying that statistics, when used for prediction, must only be stretched so far. But it's kind of a bit too late at this point, because what you've done is reinvented and reinvigorated the phrenological apparatus that during the 18th and 19th centuries was used to restrict human behavioral patterns to kind of biological essentialism or biological inevitability. Except here it's the voice rather than the face that's being used to tell the supposed truth of the skull and to give insights into the authentic nature of an individual or also a group. So the question becomes then, how can machine learning represent a voice in a way that allows it to narrate the body, right? Because it doesn't hear in the same way that we do. And for this, the concept of numeralization is really important, which was developed by Francis Galton again. And it defines a kind of logic of abstraction or representation, which later makes spectrographic data, the way in which we visualize sound, really amenable to convolutional neural networks, which are used commonly in the field of machine learning. And Galton's description of numeralization denotes a specific method by which visual portraiture can be described by numerical formula. And he wants to do this to capture peculiarities of profile, which he refers to as racial or familial characteristics. And in particular, he wants to capture these so that they'll be serviceable for eugenic records. And for those of you not familiar with Francis Galton's work, he was a British polymath and statistician, cousin of Charles Darwin, who was very famous for kind of inventing the concept of correlation or finding it, and regression to the mean, but also eugenics, heredity, and the relationship of eugenics and genes to intelligence. And for Galton, the utility of numerical values in scientific work is that you can get rid of adjectival descriptions or the kind of vague semantic descriptions of someone and provide a formula for the translation of features into numbers and numbers back into features. And in articulating this, Galton also specifies a scale at which you might require this kind of system. And it's a fashion which might seem quite familiar to people today because it mirrors the way in which we use biometric classification technologies more broadly. So Galton says that the practice of cataloging profiles may perhaps become useful as a secondary means of identification when the number of persons who may require to be identified shall have become too large to be readily dealt with by fingerprints alone. So we kind of scale up into these systems where we have to represent people by numbers or statistical representation, so we can't access all these bodies at once. And the legacy of numeralization has become quite apparent with the rise of machine learning, and especially techniques for image and audio classification, and specifically the use of spectrograms in machine learning for audio classification mimics this Galtonian numeralization of the image. And it makes the qualities of the vocal signal, harshness, roughness, brightness, amenable to machine learning systems.
To make this legacy clearer, it's worth noting the distinction Ninasan-Eidesheim makes between the measurable and the symbolic approaches to an analysis of the voice. And these align with what we might typically term acoustic or linguistic features of speech. So as we might expect, the measurable approach accounts for the voice by the metrics amenable to scientific investigation and the reproduction of an acoustic signal as well as its constituent parts such as airflow, resonance, and pitch. Ultimately, the measurable approach aspires towards a universal and evolved condition for the production of speech signals. On the other hand, the symbolic approach position concerns itself with the dynamics of listening and interpretation. Here, vocal quality is augmented by symbolic rather than material factors, as the symbolic stresses a granularity to the voice that Eidesheim situates as the distinction between historical and cultural rather than evolutionary factors. In doing so, Eidesheim points to the transit between acoustic and linguistic features of speech, between the physical production of speech signals and the culturally shaped ordering of phonemes as part of those signals, so like tomato, tomato. In modeling the structure of the face, you might think that models such as speech-to-face place greater emphasis on the physical relationships between the signal and the articulators, the tongue, teeth, and the lips, and as such are conditioned by the frame of measurability, but they also know other non-biological factors as predicators of facial features. Whilst we don't suggest that the vocal patterns representing accent, for instance, are not indicative of nationality or your existence within a specific cultural milieu, we do contest those understandings of the voice which privilege the symbolic features of the signal as if they were predictive of the character of the speaker or indicative of the physical features or character traits of a wider population group. A strictly measurable approach to the voice that claims that the speaker is nothing more than a biophysical modulation of airflow through the vocal tract will fail to capture the dynamic paralinguistic features of vocal production. However, this scaling between geographical variation and accent to nationality to ethnicity and then eventually extrapolating all the way to racial characteristics is bound by the same phonological and physiological impulses that are described earlier.
So the extent to which these kind of measurable and symbolic facets of the voice overlap has been made visible by this technology of the spectrogram, which you can see up here. It's a kind of representational tool that allows us to visualize a set of relationships between time, frequency, and amplitude by plotting distributions of energy across the frequency spectrum in a given interval. We won't give you a full kind of technical rundown of this here, but what we want to do is show you the ways in which it's used to kind of categorize or provide an authentic representation of the speaker, or ways in which we might measure certain qualities of the vocal signal and come to conclusions about the speaking subject. And while spectrograms are in quite heavy use across machine learning, they're preceded by another field of speech analysis called formant analysis, which Leon Mills, who you remember from earlier, casts as the development of a typology and templating system for the analysis of speech. And when we look at formants, we can really see the way in which the voice has been numeralized and the way in which the spectrogram makes this voice amenable to a kind of pattern-based logic, which is the logic of a machine learning model. And formants are quite crucial to the acoustic analysis of the voice more broadly because they validate the observed qualities of the vocal signal and its relationship to biophysical parameters of the speaker. So they represent basically distinctive frequency components of the speech spectrum or the audio signal, and they're defined by a width, peak, and power in the audio spectrum. And when you analyze a voice signal, formant frequencies are negatively correlated with the length of the vocal tract. So your fundamental frequency, which you might call like the pitch of your voice, will dictate the length of your vocal tract. And a lower fundamental frequency means you have a longer tract, and a shorter fundamental frequency, higher fundamental frequency means you have a shorter vocal tract. And modulations of this fundamental frequency then are formants, which are typically labeled F1 to F5. And they result from this interaction between a resonating body and a constituent part of your vocal apparatus, so your pharynx or your oral cavity, as well as articulators like your tongue, teeth, and lips, like Martin said. And when you identify the kind of vowel space or phonetic space of the speaker, it's sufficient to note just the relationships between F1 and F2. And as you can kind of see here, the darker the formant is on the spectrogram, so here it's kind of a concentration of orange, the stronger or more audible they are in the spectrum. They're a kind of local maxima in the frequency spectrum. And differences in formant location can indicate differences in the vowel space of a speaker. which you can extrapolate then to the structure of the vocal apparatus whilst they're speaking. And the use of formants is kind of particularly important when we're thinking about the ways in which the fields like these treat characteristics like accent, gender, and ethnicity, because they become representable in a numerical relationship between time and frequency in this kind of two-dimensional space. We've got an example here from a specific paper which is distinguishing British Asian speakers saying the word belly and Anglo-English speakers saying the same word. And the paper was looking at phonetic variation in ethnic groups, right? And it was looking at the relative levels of clearness and darkness in pronunciations of liquids, which are consonant sounds like L and R, in which the tongue folds into a closure in the mouth. I won't give an example, but you can probably feel it when you say them. And these subjectively labeled phenomena then can be accounted for by this degree of kind of tongue-body retraction, but then numeralized or represented through the separation between formants. So clear liquids have higher F2 values and lower F1 values. So you can see on the left, it's a little bit dark, but there's in the two black lines that are separating in the middle, you've got F2 around 2000 and F1 sitting down, between 0 and 1000. And the inverse is the same for dark liquids, which you can see on the right-hand side. And understanding this kind of transformation then between descriptive terms like dark and clear qualities of the vocal signal is really integral to thinking about the ways in which we move from these colloquial descriptions to formal methods for quantifying and classifying them, not only in terms of vocal quality, but also social identity. So here, different ethnic groups are related to different forms of formant or clearness or darkness in their representation. And whilst you can have interspeaker variation in F0, so the fundamental frequency with changes with your body size and over the course of your spoken content, there's a lot of assumptions that kind of pervade the analysis of these frequencies, because it's assumed that the average fundamental frequency of a man, for example, is 120 hertz versus a female for 220 hertz. And these kind of biophysical assumptions and averages become coded into a framework for vocal analysis. And when you deviate from these kind of expectations where your fundamental frequency should sit, your speaking voice becomes cast kind of anomalous or inauthentic to these kind of pre-given perceptual spaces. And so last year at Unsound, as well in the machine listening session, Alex Ahmed noted in a discussion of their trans voice training app, Project Spectra, that when they attended speech therapy, exercises in vocal mimicry ended up reinforcing certain models of how a voice should sound. So often North American, white, cisgender, and it centered their voice as a kind of standard sonic representation, and a gendered voice at that. And so this kind of average type gets mapped into a space of perception in which the distribution of this kind of representational possibility is indexed to these exemplars and these categories which pronounce things in certain ways, which have formants in certain locations, which have spectrograms which look a certain way. And your identity then becomes a kind of relationship between your proximity to this average or this norm, which you measure yourself against in visual form in the case of the spectrogram. So when we study features of a spectrogram and we derive clues about the speaker from their vocal features, the body's not only made audible, but it's made measurable and classifiable as well. And it's under a specific perceptual schema that exists and is informed under certain sociocultural assumptions, which are outside of the vocal signal itself, but are kind of formalized through phonetic measurement. And formants and their visualization in these kind of spectrographs then can be seen to provide a broader pattern of speech signals from which estimations can be made about features of the speaker. So ethnicity in that example, but also the length of your vocal tract becomes correlated with perceived gender and so on. And so in light of developments in this space and in computational technologies, machine learning for audio has gone even further with this kind of numeralization. And they use these convolutional neural nets, which I referred to earlier, to find patterns in spectrographic data. And Liam Mills, although they don't really discuss machine learning systems, they kind of encapsulate this shift by saying that the sound archive gives way to the acoustic database. And this shift from adjectival description to spectrographic representation as a kind of plot of time and frequency values and their relationship to one another, projects the voice into a three-dimensional space which is readable by modern CNNs. So if we think back to the kind of osteobiography as a reading of bones, CNNs begin to read these vocal signals. Without going into too much details, they perform a kind of classification task on these, which has been done particularly well in image classification, but it turns out they work equally well for audio as well. And what they do is once they're transformed into an image, the CNN will detect patterns in the input image, so like edges and objects and shapes, features. And it will do a similar thing with a spectrogram. It will detect kind of local patterns or local feature patterns in different parts of the image, and these are equivalent to specific instances of frequency and time as features. And these signals then can be mapped to words or phrases or facial features in the case of speech-to-face. And as Martin's going to walk you through, this sort of spatial representation of input data, which models this distribution of features in an n-dimensional space, is really crucial to the development of speech-to-face and how it relates faces to voice signals.
So yeah, now we'll look at the, I'll just pull up the first notebook we've got here. So this is this is a notebook of a paper which, as the title suggests, is like a work attempting to study the computational and then computationally model associations between human faces and voices, and it's a sort of precursor to speech-to-face model. And the model that was released alongside this paper attempts to demonstrate knowledge of these associations by guessing which of two candidate faces corresponds to an input voice recording. So in the notebook, it's set up in such a way that you can select an input voice here and then two input faces here. And the data we're using here actually is just VoxCeleb, which is a publicly accessible database of like speech-face pairs. And then you can if you run the model will take the two faces and then make an estimation as to which it believes is close to the voice. So the authors cite previous research in the field of neuroscience, specifically the integration of face and voice in the perception in the brain as their inspiration for bringing this task to computer vision. But their interest in it as a machine learning task stems from the fact that it's a cross-modal problem. Right, so modality here refers to the way in which something happens or is experienced. So we hear sounds, we see objects, feel textures, etc. So in machine learning, when a problem is described as cross-modal or multimodal, it means that the phenomenon under observation, or the relationships that are trying to be learned, span across modalities. So in order to make a prediction based on some input from one modality about something in another modality, where the model needs to translate between them. And this requires a common representational schema. So almost any machine learning task involves compressing an input into something that can be described in many fewer dimensions. So if we hold the image of like a three-dimensional space in our heads, and we wanted to describe a location in that space, we describe it in relation to three variables, x, y, and z. And this is essentially what's happening when an input is being embedded in a machine learning model. Just in this case, it's in 4,096 dimensions. So the idea here is attempting to take something as complex as an audio file or an image and represent it in a space where its vectorized location becomes a description of the thing under observation, outside of the media it's contained in. So here's where the authors are trying to map identity from both the face and the voice, from an image and an audio file. So the task of cross-modal machine learning is to create a representational space in which inputs from both modalities can sit together. And training the model is essentially tuning the mapping of inputs into this space so that the voice and voices and faces from the training data with the same label are clustered together as close as possible. You're going to see an example of what this looks like here. So when this model is run on some new data, the voice sample and face candidates are mapped into this space. And the face candidate that's nearest the embedded voice is selected as taken to be the model as like its chosen candidate. The potential applications of this technology that the authors cite range from the mundane to the dangerous, including its use in an entertainment app allowing users to find out which celebrity they sound like most, and its application as a tool in criminal investigations. The inclusion of the latter here is made even more troubling by the fact that the model fails to outperform humans in the control trials they conducted. Which leaves us with the question of what author of the roles believe the technology actually would perform in this context. It's clear that the model can't improve upon a human doing this task because one, they have proved that it can't. And two, it's not actually a task that's formally performed in these situations because of the problems of bias in human perception. We therefore argue that the practical application of this research is not taken up by the machine learning model that's been outlined in the publication, but by the publication itself. That by endowing a statistical machine with a veneer of objectivity, the authors are attempting to manifest a role for the model. It doesn't matter to the authors that it performs worse than humans at this task, because its inhumanness is actually its greatest asset.
So given this process then, we want to draw attention to how this representation, or this encoded representation of the voice, becomes decoded. So you move from this kind of space in which features are clustered around each other and in relation to each other, through to an actual face which is imagined by the model. And specifically, we want to talk about this in terms of hallucination, right? Which is a term with respect to machine learning that has kind of constantly been represented by aesthetics similar to these, which you might call latent space aesthetics. They're kind of quite common to the late 2010 generative adversarial network art that kind of was popping up a lot. And it's this hazy, dreamlike appearance that's happening as a model processes and learns representations of vast data sets. And this is Rafik Anadol's Machine Hallucinations. He's got another piece called Latent Histories. And Martin has some work with the National Library of Scotland as well in imagining old maps. But in the case of machine learning more broadly, hallucination has been used to refer to a specific process, the upscaling of low-resolution images into high-resolution images. And its earliest incarnation of this was by upscaling low-quality surveillance camera images, actually. But there's a split that's quite important that distinguishes recognition from hallucination. Sorry about these technical glitches. That really centers around the degree of the prior information the model expects to receive. So when a model expects to receive a lot of information, and it upscales images via a process called statistically inferred interpolation. And those which expect little or no visual information will have to rely on a separate generative model to produce an image. And this is a distinction between a model which interpolates its data and a model which extrapolates from it.
So interpolation here refers to a process of constructing new data points based on a set of known data points. And this is algebraically achieved by finding a function that best describes a set of known data points, and then you sample from that function. And bicubic interpolation is like the kind of the baseline method for photo upsampling, which you would have seen in like Photoshop tools until very recently when machine learning models took over. So ESR-GAN, which is the model that's demoed in this notebook, and other super resolution approaches like it, attempt to improve upon this mathematical method by applying statistical knowledge to the estimation of a new data point. So instead of only looking at the surrounding data points for information about a potential new one, super resolution algorithms take into account what a similar series might look like. So the statistical knowledge is gained by training these models on relationships between high and low res image pairs. So the training data for these models is prepared by taking the training data set and then degrading each image to get a low res image of that. And then the model is then trained by optimizing a GAN to reproduce the high resolution image from the low resolution image. And the crucial difference between super resolution approaches and the algebraic interpolation is that the super resolution approach leverages information found outside the target image. And this means that the reconstruction of the image is reliant on the original being statistically similar to other images in the dataset. And this is a characteristic of many machine, if not all, machine learning systems. It's a kind of averaging, a smoothing out of difference and an erasure of marginality. Pulse is the second generative model we're going to look at in this section. And although it sits within the same space as ESR-GAN, it's attempting super resolution on faces. Since it extrapolates its data, instead of interpolating it, it's a tool of pure statistical hallucination. So Pulse is built quite differently to ESR-GAN. It's not actually a machine learning model that's been trained on a data set of images. Instead, Pulse leverages a pre-trained StyleGAN model, specifically the original FFHQ model released by NVIDIA alongside the StyleGAN code. And this was the original model that produces all the fake faces that you might be familiar with. So this stuff that you can see on this person does not exist. I know many of you may be familiar with these kind of images. So when Pulse is fed a low-resolution image, it searches the StyleGAN output for a high-resolution image that's perceptually similar to the low-resolution one and downscales to the exact same image. And you can see a demonstration of this here. After it was released, an example of Pulse run on a downscaled image of Barack Obama, which produced an image of a face with Caucasian features, went viral on Twitter as an example of how racial bias in datasets manifests in the output of machine learning models that are trained on them. And whilst it's certainly the case that the dataset that is used in Pulse via the pre-trained StyleGAN model will be biased towards Caucasian faces, it's not the only factor that's producing this problematic result. So we know that Pulse takes no training data of its own, and it uses the StyleGAN model. So we should expect that StyleGAN model to exhibit the same degree of bias towards Caucasian faces as Pulse, but it doesn't appear to do so. In a previous project of mine, I used a technique of projecting images into StyleGAN, which is very similar to what Pulse is doing, where potential outputs of StyleGAN are searched for a match of the input image. And if we put in the same image of Barack Obama as goes into the Pulse example, we should expect, when we put the same image into the StyleGAN, the native StyleGAN, the face that's produced resembles Barack Obama much more closely. So, what does this tell us? It tells us that Pulse incorporates racial bias that is not only the result of its training data. It's a kind of algorithmic bias or a machine bias that's deeply embedded in its representational schema. So the assumption that dataset bias is the only factor producing problematic machine learning algorithm outputs helps to launder the reputation of algorithms themselves and to reinscribe their neutrality. The suggestion that if we only had better data, then this wouldn't happen is useful for data scientists and machine learning engineers who'd prefer not to examine what happens at the level of algorithmic design. So now that we've seen how the voice has historically been numeralized and how it's encoded in computer vision, and we've seen some examples of the generation and hallucination of faces by similar machine learning systems, we'll return to speech-to-face. As was mentioned at the start of the presentation, the code for this has not been fully released, and however many constituent parts are available through various unofficial reproduction attempts, mostly by graduate students. And using these pieces, we were able to piece together a full pipeline and plug in some training data. However, it soon became apparent that we didn't have the computational resources to fully train the model. And the paper doesn't specify what hardware the model was trained on, But I imagine that the MIT Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Lab has a few more GPUs to chuck at this problem than I have in my gaming rig. And after a few days, we cut our losses. The results from the training process vary very little depending on what vocal input is put in. And if you imagine that 3D space example I gave earlier of how the voice is mapped into the space, what's happening here in this kind of under-trained model is that the decoder is pulling from a single cluster. There's not much variation in it, so it's just got this one space to pull from.
So that, you can probably imagine, sits quite nicely with this idea of a typical, or for example, in the example of gendered or ethnically defined voice, where it's about the proximity to a specific example that delineates your difference. Here, there's no form of difference because everything is proximate to the same central data point. And we were trying to reproduce speech-to-face to validate their claims, but also interrogate them, and because we were aware that there was some fragility in some of the assumptions they'd built into the model. And if we'd managed to reproduce the results from the paper, rather than just averaging this data set and getting these kind of strange glitched faces, we would have followed up by developing a specific attack on the model, which is known as an adversarial attack, which would have perturbed the vocal signal so that the faces it produced would have had anatomical features specified by our attack rather than those defined by the model. So we could put in a specific piece of audio and essentially force the model to produce specific facial features. And this is what is known as a targeted attack. So you're trying to change what's known as the output of a classifier to a specific label, rather than arbitrarily putting in examples to reduce the probability of the current label. And so we were looking to find categories and a way to specify them to the model by gaining an understanding of its kind of perceptual topology via the embeddings that Martin was talking about, these voice-to-face pairs. One example of this, has already been done in the field, a kind of different system, a speech-to-text system, and this attack was done by researchers Nicholas Carlini and David Wagner. And what they did is they perturbed a waveform, which is slightly different to the spectrographic method, but what happens is that the signal is changed in a way that is inaudible to humans, but becomes incredibly audible to machine systems. And it caused the model to transcribe any phrase they put into it. So they could have an input representation, which was like the #1 song of the day, and put a piece of text embedded in that, which would then be transcribed by the model. And in our case, we would obviously have to perturb the spectrographic representation, which is an input to the model. And these kind of attacks or perturbed inputs are really quite interesting, and they're known as adversarial examples, and they cause a model to fail at a kind of given task by inducing incorrect behavior, right? Through some intentionally or sometimes naturally perturbed features. Certain photos of certain insects act as kind of natural examples that fool image classification systems. But most interestingly, these are thought of as kind of perceptual artifacts for machine learning models. They're kind of quirks of their internal architecture, much like our own sensory infrastructure struggles with certain auditory or visual phenomena like the Doppler effect or the Ebbinghaus illusion, or some other illusions you might have seen, like a rotating mask of a face where you can't tell where it starts and where it ends. Machine learning seems to suffer from kind of similar illusory symptoms in its process. And it kind of hallucinates or triggers features from the input data that are indiscernible to us. And failures of machine learning systems due to these examples have really gained a lot of attention over the past few years because they're a way to point to the kind of epistemic limit of this model, which is presumed to be at least all-knowing or at least extrapolative of a lot of data, and the technical quirks of an artifactual mind. And we didn't really get to this point just yet, but we're continuing to work with the model and hoping to find ways to change the input signal to achieve a consistent perturbation that can misdirect it and sever this assumed relationship between the voice and some authentic or internal character. There are a number of ways to do this. You can gain an estimation of the vocal tract length of someone's voice signal by analyzing their formants, and we can pass this through to spectrographic representation. But if people out there know other ways, that we can engage with this, please do talk to us. And the problem with models like speech-to-face then is really their perceived accuracy. And this is where an adversarial attack would kind of be important because it undoes this. But it's their perceived accuracy and objectivity with respect to the task of audio classification, but also facial generation. It's not the case that vocal signal doesn't tell us any information about the speaking subject. It can match up with information about the geography of your upbringing with respect to accent, for example. But the problem at the heart of speech-to-face is really its attempt to reinvigorate the idea that there's some essential nature conditioning the voice. And because it does this by extrapolating from data that it just doesn't really have, it's presuming, or at least perhaps the authors are presuming, that we won't notice. And we kind of resist this premise of the model, which suggests that the voice is given in advance, right? That is tied to some essential character, whether it's skull and bones, or whether it's some internal or essentialized characteristic of sex. We would suggest that the voice is best understood as continually individuated. So it's continually formed in relation to a broader milieu of socio-cultural and socio-technical practices. And attempts to capture these kind of dynamics in a form of generative prediction or classification model is at best misguided, but at worst it's kind of actively pseudoscientific. So that's the presentation, which we're aware was quite dense. So we've got a bit of time now, I think, hopefully if we haven't run too much over, for any questions or thoughts about this. And I'm seeing a hand already, a couple of hands, which is fantastic. So maybe if Mike just gets passed around, I don't need to suggest any questions. But also if you'd like us to go over anything a bit more, that's also welcome and appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi. Hello. Oh, sorry. Hi. Thank you for the presentation. In my question, I'd like to ask you a question about like the purpose of your work. Like in your presentation, you seem to have focused a lot on the voice recognition, and the applications of that would be forensic purposes or surveillance. And kind of in the anthropocentric framework, the human voice seemed to have evolved for like emotional contagion. Our bodies are trained to respond to the frequencies within the range of human voice. Like a child is crying and a parent triggers emotion in a parent for the survival. And I'm wondering whether like there can be different applications that have to do more with, I don't know, maybe psychology or more creative fields. Yeah, because you haven't mentioned much about like emotions. Yeah, and I guess that's the question.
Yeah, well, that's a good point, and it's kind of tied to the really complicated state you're in when you're working with creative applications of machine learning models, because ultimately a lot of these models and a lot of their data sets are being shared equally amongst like surveillance companies, but also creative practitioners. So if you're an artist or researcher working on this stuff and you're kind of outside of the surveillance industry, are often using research that's been pioneered by military-industrial complexes, repressive regimes, things like that. So, for example, when you talked about emotions, there are a number of models out there which try to have like emotion detection sensors. So in public spaces, they might be looking for indications of where violence might occur, and they might index this to anger in voices. But the way in which they index anger to specific voices, and then that is then recoded as a kind of a replaying of structural inequality, is quite dangerous. So you could have a creative application of this where it's like, you train a model to recognize certain emotional traits in a person's voice. So whether they're angry, whether they're upset, whether they're happy, and then you could link that to some sort of output, or you could create, a talking model which might mimic or generate these kind of things. But I think it's problematic in some senses because it relies upon this assumption, right, that there is a correspondence between, the externalized voice and internal character. What you perceive as emotional in some certain way might not be what the individual is conveying, right? And we have maybe perhaps an evolved or adaptational response to certain things, but it doesn't mean that they're always correct. And it doesn't mean that when what you're perceiving as a kind of externalized or subjective representation of the person's emotional condition is actually truthful to their character. So in the same way, for example, when facial expression data sets might see like an uptick in someone's like the corner of their mouth, and they might read that as a smile, for example. It might not be, but they'll judge and base a classification based on that because they believe it gives them some access to the interiority of the subject.
I'd just add to that by, yeah, just this is always a problem of dealing with the, like, you know, like these commercial models and like and their uses for creative practices. But I think for me, one of the crucial differences is like the bespoke nature of what you're doing. So I think, yeah, there are probably creative things that you could do with this, but like it would be bespoke and it would have to be tailored to what you want it to do based on like your data or your data set, the data set you want it to feed it, the kind of things that you would want to draw it out. What becomes problematic is when these things, they want to generalize it to like the entire population, you know, when they say that this works for everyone and like, yeah, it has this erasure of marginality in it and it like squeezes out everything that isn't like, it probably doesn't look like me, you know. So yeah, I think that this bespoke, is that like the ability to take something and then like build a bespoke thing around it that does exactly what you want it to do, like for your specific purpose, is where that I think that transit happens.
Okay, thank you. I also want to see one in the back and then also someone at the front as well.
Yeah, I have a question and then a thought. So the question is, when we're talking about adversarial attacks, you said you were trying to find perturbations of the signal that you could do that would be imperceptible, but that would change the output of the generator. And I was wondering, how do you define imperceptible changes? Like, who is not perceiving this, and like against which definition of what do you perceive in sound? And also, so one thing you get at is that this idea that there's in the voice something that reflects your essence, or something like from the essence of how you or your face is, or your body is, or your skull or whatever, and that it's not universally true. But then you have this thing where everyone assigns sort of features to characteristics of the voice. So maybe instead of making a tool that would give you like a objective truth about what the voice, like to what it ties, like to what objective truth about the speaker it connects to, you could have something like a tool to explore your own perception of the connection between voice and faces, like your personal connection. Yeah, so
yeah, I think that sounds great, and I think that's exactly the kind of thing I was talking about when I was this bespoke nature. Yeah, I think that's exactly, and that would be a really interesting use of this kind of thing for sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was trying to pull up that FGSM. Yeah, if you go to TensorFlow, it was there. On your first point, so who is it imperceptible to? So perceptibility essentially refers to our kind of anthropocentric like lens on the data. So when this is, hopefully Martin can pick out an example, and this might be useful, but the most common example of this is like you have an image. So you might have just an image of a cat or a dog, which looks like a cat or a dog. And these changes, they're not like drastic changes. You're not giving it a weird mouth or tentacles or anything like that. It's nothing we can see visually. What you're doing is adding essentially statistical noise to the image. Okay. I won't comment on that. So what you're essentially doing is adding statistical noise. So here, the kind of middle square to the image. And as you can probably see, or unless you can see a difference in the right-hand image, it still looks like the same image. It's essentially identical to us, right? It's a parrot.
It's a macaw.
Is it what?
It's a macaw.
I do not know the difference. It's imperceptible to me. My classification model isn't so good. But the problem is then, so machines and their detection of features through, especially if they're looking, for example, at like RGB pixels in the image to gain an understanding of filters and edges, they'll be getting, how to explain, slightly confused by what they're seeing because the edges and shapes that they're understanding are no longer similar, and they're now producing a different representation of this image on a very low level.
What I think I was getting at is like not everyone perceives the sound in the same way, and so if you're like a trained singer, or if you did voice training because you're trans, I don't know, you could like hear maybe differently the sounds and how people talk, and like you can learn to like hear formants and all of that. So there's imperceptible to who you know, like.
Sorry, no. I agree with you, absolutely. This is why the spectrogram is so important to machine learning, because it's not hearing audio. This is the kind of key thing about it, because when we think, okay, a machine for computer vision might look at images, or it might look at a scene in a way that we can kind of anthropomorphize. When a machine hears audio, it's not hearing in the same way that we do. A spectrogram is scaled to a specific representation which mimics the way in which we hear things. MEL scaling is one use of this, where kind of small changes in lower frequencies are kind of more easily representable than changes in higher frequencies, because we don't care about them. So our perception, obviously, is then mapped over to a kind of mathematical algebraic representation. And so spectrograms then provide a way to have a kind of a representation of hearing which is amenable to pattern finding and the kind of sensory infrastructure of the machine system itself. So it doesn't have an ear, but it has a kind of silicon hearing apparatus, or at least data-driven hearing apparatus. Yep. And at the front, sorry, was that? Perfect. And then at the front.
Thank you guys for the presentation. So please correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand that your hypothesis here is that the voice and the nature of the voice and the characteristics of it are not directly, or so to speak, linearly connected to the bone structure, to what the body's biology is, etc., etc. Am I right?
To a certain extent. So just to clarify, there are, so for example, the length of your vocal tract does dictate your fundamental frequency or the pitch of your voice.
Right. But now I heard you criticize all those numerous pseudo-scientific papers right now, and I was wondering, what have you got to support that certain hypothesis that is connect the voice, how it sounds, is connected to something beyond the biology of the person?
So this was part of the distinction we were making between, I guess, measurable and symbolic facets of the voice, right? So a measurable facet of the voice is something like from the acoustic signal, so airflow, pitch, resonance, these kind of things, which are conditioned explicitly by the vocal apparatus. Like, don't get me wrong, like your voice is conditioned biophysically by certain factors. The symbolic features of the voice, these kind of paralinguistic features of the voice, which might be related to where you've grown up, for example. So the British Asian example is kind of a key question of this. And you have this a lot in the UK, which is where we're from. Certain communities might speak in a certain way, and certain generations of those communities might speak in a certain way due to inflections in either their native language or kind of cultural upbringing. And those inflect the way in which they have specific spectral peaks or widths, or the way in which their formants can be visualized. And these are kind of culturally differentiated rather than biophysically differentiated. So even if you're kind of the same biophysically, you can have culturally differentiated phoneme spaces, which are not tied to your biology, but they're really tied to a broader environment that you're in. And also, so things like, I mentioned other kind of epigenetic factors, so something like caffeine, for example, can modulate the frequency of your vocal signal. Your environment can have an impact as well. The way you work as well can have a massive issue. You're using your voice all day, and if you're in a job which requires this, then that will change the kind of amount of vocal load you have. And there are extrapolations that people then make from these things, right? They say, okay, well, people with a propensity for a high vocal load might be working in jobs which are customer facing. They might then make predictions about class. They might make predictions about behavior based on that class, right? And that's where it becomes slightly tricky, right? Because you're extrapolating way beyond the data you've got into things that are really not to do with the character of the individual, but because it's from the voice, it's seen as if it's essential to them.
That answers it. Thanks.
Any more questions or feelings? But I think that's I'm getting a wrap-up signal, so yeah.
Thanks for the questions.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Good evening. This is a little bit more intimate, but that's fine. I'm Monique, a designer and researcher, and I have an independent studio in Amsterdam. I'll be talking today about research I've been doing for about 2 to 3 years now on computer vision in a domestic setting. Specifically, I mean, before this, I've done a lot of work on the facial recognition and the representation of the human face, also all of the sort of coded biases that are embedded within these systems that we've also just heard about now. And for me, it was quite significant to make a shift to the domestic space, which doesn't, you never actually see the human body in any of these training data sets. But it is meant to be for the human body. So it is trying to teach a computer vision algorithm what a house looks like, which is sort of the most intimate space of all of us. And also, it is incredibly difficult to get any sort of data in general for computer vision training, but specifically for private space like the home, right? How do you enter it? How can you actually gather visual sort of artifacts, documentation of people's homes, enough of that, so tens of thousands of information to be able to train a computer vision system, because the idea, of course, is always to create these as general as possible. So one of the sort of images I often use to just quickly talk about computer vision is it doesn't function. I mean, the word vision is a little bit misleading, right? It's not the same way as a human being is looking at an image. I think for a human being, it's more or less straightforward to see that this is a cat in a monkey suit licking a banana, but having to describe that to a system that doesn't have the same ability is quite difficult. Where do you draw the lines between the cat? Where does the cat end and the monkey begin? What if the movement is now monkey? What is cat? And so there's a certain absurdity that can be funny, but it can also be really violent when it comes to these systems. And so this would be an older example of this, right? Sort of Ludwig Wittgenstein, the German philosopher, used the duck or rabbit illusion as a way to talk about either seeing that versus seeing as. Speaking also of his language games, right? The way you sort of intonate, the way you use a word has a completely different meaning, so context matters. And so in this case, this would be the duck, and then, well, there's a rabbit. And to sort of illustrate this on the level of computer vision, again, similar to the cat, that's a monkey or not. This was an image shared by someone on Twitter, someone called Christian Wolf. I couldn't really find where it comes from, because I would love that story, but it's dubbed the cow shark. And I really like it because it's, once you feed it through in this case, two different computer vision instances, what happens is, on the one hand, ResNet 101 interprets the image based on shape. So its model is trained to recognize shape. So that means that it actually quite accurately defines the shark, whereas BagNet is looking at the texture, so a different kind of information within the image. And what happens is that the sorrel is a plant, so it's looking at the greenery in the image, whereas the other 4 options are more based on the texture of the shark, right? So it's identifying it as a gazelle or as 2 different types of dogs. So again, it really depends on. Computer vision isn't such a general word to just know, oh, it's looking at an image in the same way that a human being is. It really matters what you're training and also what you're asking and who is it for, or what is the application. And also, I just wanted to quickly sort of, define is a big word, but show a few examples of what home automation would be like, right? What does it mean to have computer vision in the home? My initial reaction was always like, well, this is nothing that is in my home, so why should I care? I think there's sort of 2 answers. One is that it infiltrates sort of your life in a way that it might not always be something that you explicitly choose. Even something like face recognition on a phone 8 years ago, was something you had to explain what face recognition is. Now it's something that's super convenient, readily available, and it has entered daily life as we know it. I think home automation is a little bit different. It definitely also speaks to a sort of specific class, right? It's expensive stuff. But nevertheless, it is a pointer, and this is where I find it super interesting to talk about computer vision, to use it as a metaphor to speak of the social implications of what this technology is trying to solve. So no matter if you're actually using these sort of domestic appliances, the technology itself might affect you to some degree. I think the Boston Dynamics Spot Mini is a really interesting example. It was developed by the company Boston Dynamics as the sort of first marketable product. Before that, they were developing things for the US military. And it ended up never actually being used in a domestic environment, but it ends up being used by the NYPD, for example, to detonate bombs, go to places that you wouldn't want to send an officer. I think just 2 days ago, they also announced that it now can carry weapons, or it's used on construction sites to sort of monitor, what's happening on a construction site, going to places that would be too dangerous for human beings. So again, I think it's difficult to predict what the sort of applications will be in the development stage of a technology. And also the way that it's marketed is normally really silly, right? This is sort of Amazon's Astro robot, which came out a few months ago. And it's bound to apparently throw itself downstairs because the way it is trained, it just recognizes stairs in a way that it wants to commit suicide. But at the same time, it's sort of shown as this quirky thing that will bring you beer while you're watching TV. But it will literally follow you through your house and sort of tell you how many steps you've taken and sort of monitor and control you in the name of health, right? But again, is this really something you want? I mean, I personally don't. I think this is a decision for everyone personally. But again, I think it's less about are you going to buy this robot or not, and more what computer vision systems are designed for this thing and where can they end up later. And so for me, this project really, one of the main things that started it was this headline in The Guardian in 2015, which came with this picture, and it says, "South Korean woman's hair eaten by robot vacuum cleaner as she slept." And so what was important to me is that suddenly the robot vacuum cleaner had an agency, right? He was eating, or it was eating the woman's hair. But it wasn't so much the robot, there was much more the system within it that wasn't prepared for someone sleeping at a time when it supposedly was supposed to be cleaning. So maybe someone has a different kind of job, has a shift that's not 9 to 5, which this thing was possibly built for, is sleeping on a futon rather than on a bed bought by IKEA. So there's all kinds of social implications built into how the vacuum cleaner functions by its engineers that have nothing to do with the vacuum cleaner itself, right? It doesn't think, it doesn't see a person and thinks, I'm going to go and drive into this hair. It simply can't recognize not a person, but the obstacle, and because of that, something goes wrong. And the same thing in 2016, sort of on social media, this guy, Jesse Newton, posted the Poopastrophe, where his Roomba vacuum cleaner couldn't recognize dog poop. So instead of cleaning, it just, spread it all over the apartment. And this is how the new Roomba works. It's trying to really map your room. And I'll get to that in a little bit. So my question really was looking at sort of these news articles and coming from looking at face recognition was what kind of training data sets are used for these systems. And so this video here is the first one where Boston Dynamics is actually introducing this Spot Mini. So before it was used by law enforcement. And what they're showing is this robot entering a model home, right? This thing exists in a warehouse, so it's not an actual home, it's more of a scenography. And it's walking through what is supposed to be someone's, domestic environment. And what I thought was super interesting about the video is that it's the only pointer that I had to what the training data set might be for the robot, right? Because Boston Dynamics being a private company, you can't actually access any of their technology or algorithms. And here you also see what the tasks are that this thing is supposed to do. So doing the dishes. And so one thing I did is just rebuild this house based on the video. And what was really interesting is that I found that this is in Blender 3D software, that I didn't actually have to model anything. Everything was so standardized. It was all IKEA. So basically, you can just go to the SketchUp warehouse, which is an online repository for 3D models by SketchUp. And you can just find all of these furnitures, including the house, which was an incredibly, common model on the SketchUp warehouse as well. And this is not to say that, I was lazy in the process, but it's more to talk about the sort of hyper-standardized world that is being built for these computer vision systems to function in. And so I'll just quickly play this trailer. We don't have sound. Well, I'll just talk over this one, it's okay. So this is one of the first episode of 2 videos that I've made. And what I did after the Spot Mini episode, it was clear to me, well, there clearly must be other ways that computer vision is being developed, and specifically ways to actually access these data sets. Also, as we've heard earlier, what's normally specific or incredibly difficult is to access the data that is actually used to train any sort of machine learning or computer vision model. Often that is because of copyright or privacy issues where, in academia, you can't actually release this data. So what Homeschool is doing is looking at one specific data set called the CNET RGBD, RGB standing for, well, the color space and D for depth. And this data set to me was incredibly interesting because what it does is, as it's incredibly difficult to access private spaces or the home, it just said, well, architecture as a profession uses 3D assets and CAD to plan homes. So why don't we just use synthetic data, so 3D models, to model homes ourselves and then feed those images to a computer vision system. So again, most of this data actually comes similar to what I've built for the Boston Dynamics robot, actually just comes from the SketchUp library, which is why they were able to release it. So it was already in the quote-unquote public domain. And they can sort of link back to the author of that model in the SketchUp library. But again, in the scientific paper they released with it, language became increasingly important. So suddenly I was looking at 2 different things. One was the sort of the visual input they use, so the actual 3D objects, but at the same time also the language with which all of these objects were categorized. So on the one hand, you have the categories of the different kinds of spaces a home should have, according to the scientific paper. Right? So you have a bedroom, an office scene, a kitchen, a living room, and bathrooms. Again, this is a hyper-standardized way of living. I don't know how many of us have a place where you have all of these specific kinds of rooms. It's really a sort of suburban American home. And at the same time, this was also done with the objects, right, where everything was sort of categorized into different levels of object inventory. And 2 sort of categories stuck out specifically, where there's an object or a category for gun and one for sword. So suddenly also there's a really specific decision of what is a domestic object, right? So it's not only a bed or a chair, which feels obvious, but not be that obvious what actually a bed is. There's also something like a gun, where we don't know, is this a gun, an actual gun? Is this a toy? What are the boundaries? What is the ambiguity within these words? And so one thing that I was looking for in these papers is where the engineers were upset that their model didn't work. So sort of failure within their tests. And one thing that happened is that in all of the rooms, so they sort of divided with the categories of rooms and with the categories of objects, they decided to say, well, let's just see what kind of object could possibly assume to appear in these rooms. And that's then how they generated different kind of layouts of spaces. And one thing that happened is that all of these spaces would have mailboxes in them, like this really sort of stereotypical American mailbox with a red arm. And, might be insignificant, but the reason why, they got super upset. I had a phone call with them after, and they still weren't really over this instance, was because all of the mailboxes were just categorized as box, right? So it didn't really matter if this box is now something that's supposed to be outside of the house or inside. And again, we're just talking about a box, so it feels incredibly insignificant, but it still points to how categorization works within computer vision systems and how if you apply that to something else, something that might include human beings, an application that is policing rather than cleaning your house, even cleaning your house can lead to a completely different result than actually helping you out. And one step further is looking at the textures, so 3D models being sort of naked or blank. What the researchers are trying to do is to be as photorealistic or as close to reality, quote unquote, as possible in these training data sets. So the models are covered in textures that mimic or simulate what the real world would look like. And sort of the upper right corner caught my eye, and it's an office space. And it shows Fox News on the projector. And so I looked into the folder of textures that were automatically applied on all media surfaces. So that was all of the computers and TVs and projected surfaces. And all of them are Fox News, which is pretty much a sort of Republican TV program in America. And so again, on the one hand, there is bias within this computer vision system, but not necessarily deliberately. We don't know, but looking at the file names, it looks much more like, sort of happenstance. Like someone is making this computer vision system, they need some textures to put on these TVs. It's like, oh, I'll just pull it from my Facebook timeline, and here now it looks like an actual TV. And what that points to is that this isn't so much a technical decision, right? It is, machine learning isn't just a machine learning problem, or computer vision isn't just a computer vision problem. It's one that reaches much deeper into how society functions than just needing to have an image that kind of looks like a TV to place on a three-dimensional TV. So for homeschool, I ended up just using all of the data to make a scenography and place the film within it, simply to show the data that normally is never shown. It's normally sort of invisible and placed within the model and not accessible, and just to put it sort of front and center stage. And use the same or similar technology that computer vision uses to some extent in rendering the images. So this here is something called ambient occlusion. So essentially what you're looking at is just the shadows. So the virtual camera is catching the light and not of the object, but you see the objects because of the shadow that it draws within the space. And this here, even though it looks really algorithmically generated, what it is within the 3D software, when you render a film, you're basically rendering frames. So in this case, 30 frames per second, which is an image, 30 images per second. And in this instance, I've rendered them at a really low resolution and upscaled them afterwards with an AI system by NVIDIA that was trained on similar indoor data. So what I was curious in is, what sort of hallucinations will it produce? Are they going to be accurate in whatever that word means? But looking back at what I've produced in the film itself and what the training data set of this upscaling mechanism does. And these images here are depth images. So normally they're in black and white, but you can add color to them as well. And essentially the lighter color is the closest to the or the virtual camera, and the darker colors are further away. So to the human eye, it looks like a gradient image. But really it's information for 3D software to create things, create, for example, fog, create distance or calculate distance in a way that sort of speeds up a workflow. So this image isn't necessarily meant for the human eye, but it's much more part of the 3D workflow. And I'll get to the second episode, and we'll watch this video at the end. It's 6 minutes, 50 seconds. And so in homeschool, I was looking much more at the visual side of the data itself. What does it look like? And Sorting Song is looking at the language embedded within the data sets. So it's taking, I'll just skip it as we don't have sound. We can watch it after in the video. I'll took the work by linguist William Labov, where he's trying to calculate where the boundaries lie between a cup and a vase. And he specifically has a mathematical calculation where you can, sort of input your data, and then it will tell you what now the cup is or what now the vase is. And in linguistics, this sort of idea of classification has been tackled to a certain extent, but it also is really absurd to think that you can actually calculate what the object is. I mean, again, context really matters, and this was countered by Elena Roche's prototype theory, where she says, no, everything has sort of a really fluent boundary, right? So, yeah, it's not like the cup sort of ends here and then very clearly the vase begins, similarly to how maybe there's a different culture, maybe there's a different use, but all kinds of factors that matter when you talk about an object and the words that you use. And so the word in itself isn't necessarily ever neutral. So back to the CNET RGBD object inventory, specifically looking at chairs. This is one example of chairs within the CNET RGBD data set, where you see how, for one, the visual objects that were pulled sort of automatically into this data set are, to me it was really shocking to find the electrical chair in there, as in like trying to make a domestic data set, but then you have a sort of remodeling of an electric chair of Sing Sing. And at the same time, also the fact that then it's just simply classified as an armchair, right? So I think the level of misunderstanding, and misunderstanding sort of being a good word here, but like the level of misrepresentation within these data sets and the way it's handled as a technical problem is really problematic. And at the same time, something like toilet then suddenly seems funny again. But I think this is why it's incredibly important to look at both of these instances. And I use humor in my work to make it accessible and to sort of be able to talk about this rather than sort of leading with the graveness of the issue at hand. But what it's really trying to get at is who is building these systems and for whom, and what's the application. And categorization, this is an example of a kid's book, right, is something that you sort of learn right when you learn language. This kid's book is Richard Scarry's best word book ever, and on the left is the version from 1963, and on the right it's from 1991. And for example, the cat in the window in 1963 is a beautiful screaming lady, and in 1991 it's just a cat in danger. And so here again, right, context is added in a really different way, but it's also degendered, as in suddenly it's not a lady that obviously needs to be in distress, and then the firefighter is the male persona rescuing her. That already, just by calling it learning about categories, is inscribing so much more politics and societal sort of baggage than trying to name things for what they are. And this is by a book by two architects, Michael Meredith and Hilary Sample. And similarly here, they're taking a critical look at the figures that you would place in, scale figures that you place in architectural models. And they're sort of taking it way further and saying, well, you can also add narrative. This isn't just a category. you know, the guy on the upper right isn't just a business person walking, but he forgot his wallet. So this is sort of going one step further to how the computer vision data sets are trying to be as neutral or as objective as possible. While they're saying, well, no, right? There's all kinds of different contexts and stories that we don't know about the things that we encounter. And you know, one sort of example as well is the gun in the data set, and it doesn't have any texture, so it's quite unclear what kind of gun it is. Is it a toy gun, a water gun, or, well, a pistol? And so I will invite you to watch Sorting Song. I think we got sound, so we'll do that, and we can do questions after. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, wow. Do you see that? What is it? A cow. A cow is falling. So a camera does not know what it's looking at. But robots have cameras so they can see. How does that work?
To understand the world, we are taught to sort things into categories. Things that are alike belong together.
Are categories containers to put things into?
Some people think so. Others see them as a spectrum. Computers tend to see them as containers.
Are these containers?
No, that's a trash can.
Wait, no. I see a vase. I can put trash in a vase.
But then why is it called a vase and not a trash can?
When I use a word, it means just what I choose it to mean. The question is whether you can make words mean so many different things.
Okay.
But how do I sort?
Like, why does one thing go with this, but not with that?
A snake.
So you know how we got all of these things. And when you put enough things together, they make a world? But to understand that world, your brain organizes these things into groups. These groups are called categories.
Okay, let's take a look at chairs then. They're a common object. Garden chair, straight chair, rocking chair, club chair, wheelchair, director's chair, reclining chair, wheelchair, cow chair, no chair, bar stool, folding chair, grandpa's chair, super high chair, my chair.
Aren't all of these chairs American, European, IKEA? So many different chairs, but all so familiar, so limited in form.
Context matters. It adds significance to these objects. These objects aren't simply data. They're lives. Chairs are not just objects with 4 legs and a platform to sit on. They're the bus ride to school, the lunch at the cafeteria, the wait at the doctor's appointment, the execution of a judgment, overtime at the office, the comfort of getting together.
If I sit on the floor, does that make it a chair? Wheelchair? Is a tomato a fruit?
No, it's a vegetable.
But I asked a botanist the other day, and she said it was a fruit.
At the supermarket, it was in the vegetable aisle.
But I eat it on my sandwich.
The botanist said a cucumber is also a fruit.
I also eat cucumber on my sandwich. Does that make my sandwich a dessert?
Well, at least we know it's food.
What is this?
Where does the cup end and the vase begin? What is that?
I don't know.
A jar.
A vessel.
A vase. What is this?
A cup. I don't know.
What is that? What is this?
What is this? A toy?
A gun?
A toy gun?
One of these things is like the others. None of them are different, did you know? Tell me which thing is like the others. One of these things might belong. Can you guess which thing belongs? Until the end of this song. Until the end of this song. Until the end of this song. Until the end of this song.
So I don't know if there's any questions, but I'd be happy to explain anything further.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much for a really cool talk. Have you watched a series on Netflix called Love, Death and Robots? There's one that came to mind called Automated Customer Service. And I think my question is, there's a sort of a theme of the graveness that you're talking about. And would you say that mainly comes from the limited knowledge that we have in terms of the data sets that you have sort of gone to look at? And because there's a theme of when people look at the like Boston Dynamic robots, and there's a sort of like graveness that people start to sort of like think about. Does that just come as a result of like the limited knowledge that we have as to like how people access like and what they're doing with those data sets?
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, it's a great series. But I think, I mean, on the one hand, there's always the data sets that, in one way, I think when someone says they're biased, the sort of the response is always, well, we shall diversify, or there must be more data. I mean, I don't actually think that more would solve. I think it's more a question of who is the data set actually for. I think that the more specific machine learning applications are, I mean, similarly to the talk before, right? When you're talking about purpose, then they can become highly specific, and I mean, they can still be violent or applied in a way that begets someone's power. But at least they're not trying to generalize. I think here it's not just only a question of the imagination, it's also entire cultures that are left out, right? Or, I mean, cultures in terms of geography, but also in terms of DIY cultures, things like that. Also classes that are left out. And so I think I'm more interested in trying to look at less sort of critiquing the diversity and more how are they actually sort of pulled together, how are they assembled, these data sets. Like what we're seeing now is sort of not entirely because of the pandemic, but also because of like virtual photography has become much more of a thing for specifically furniture companies, because that's at least a sort of, it's a stable object. So it's fairly straightforward to render it in a photorealistic way at this point in time. So to make the IKEA catalog, for example, it's not photographed anymore, right? But it's rendered, even though it still looks like it's a photographed catalog, just because it's so much easier to create like all of the different sort of geographic modifications. Like, you know, I don't know, in America they want this sink, and in Germany this one, and then in Japan a completely different sort of kitchen setup. But with that also comes the fact that all of these companies now, also Ben & Jerry's, for example, which is not furniture, they're all creating their own data sets of sort of high resolution, really detailed 3D assets. And what we're seeing is the researchers of the CNET RGBD dataset, for example, they've now collaborated with one of such a company to just directly access that data set. So it's more a question for me of like, well, who's left out of the loop here, right? It's like actually the people building or designing and living in the houses. And does it now mean that this design process is also entirely different? Where suddenly, if you want technology to function in your home, it just has to look like a certain way. It has to look like the data set, rather than actually, you know, addressing what the data set should more look like in terms of ambiguity or in terms of life of people. Yeah, thank you.
Hello. It's a bit of a strange question, but the topic is so specific that I'm wondering, how did you get interested in this, or how did you start to approach this, what you're doing?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not a strange question. I think there's a long and a short answer. I'll try to keep it short. I mean, you know, I sort of did all of my training in graphic design, but with an interest in photography. And I think at first, facial recognition sort of felt like a meeting of those two worlds in a way that made sense, as in it's talking about identity, and it's talking about representation, specifically the critical aspect of that. But for quite a while there, I was really focused on the human form. For example, I made a movie about celebrity impersonators, and that was during the elections in America between Hillary Clinton and Trump. And I was sort of doing a documentary film about this Hillary Clinton impersonator, sort of asking questions about, you know, if I'm going to 3D scan her, who owns that data? Is it me or is it her? Also, her not being an entertainer, even though that's what she started as sort of the first lady, but suddenly she's a presidential candidate. So there were all of these sort of questions embedded within the visual, but also the data that that film produced. But still, I think in terms of creating visual material, at some point I felt like I had to escape sort of the visual of the body to be able to talk about, you know, just different things that also affect the human body, to be able to talk about, you know, for example, different cultures, to talk about maybe that the floor is actually also a chair. I think for me that was much easier to talk about in a domestic setting, so in a setting that is built for the human body, but it was lacking. So I didn't have to show it anymore. And so, yeah, somehow with all of this, I ended up in the domestic world, which also is much more architectural. Together with research around CGI and the history of 3D graphics, which is really important to me, but is also really rooted in ergonomics and in trying to create avatars. So again, how do you get away from that simply to show a different kind of representation of ergonomics, for example, and how that might affect a body? And with sort of being able to show a diversity of also ableism, which is really much easier for me, at least, when I talk about objects than when I talk about the body itself. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your talk. If your talk was about consequences of applying artificial intelligence and robotics into a household, I was wondering, and as far as I get, you demonstrate the bad consequences, right? The negative consequences of it. But don't you think it's mostly about failures of the mechanisms robotics are now using, and it's about failures in categorization robots and artificial intelligence is doing, which gets to the idea that robots and artificial intelligence does not recognize rightly a natural language. As far as I know, in terms of natural language processing, we are far, far away from this kind of thinking that artificial intelligence cannot recognize the context and cannot categorize in a right way. So my point is, to what extent you think that the failures that you demonstrate is just failures that do not show some substantial barriers of robots that cannot be surpassed, and in futures we can easily imagine robots recognizing rightly the context, the face, etc., etc. So, if it's so, then what's the case later on? So, if we get to the point where robots are recognizing faces and doing the right things in a household.
I mean, yeah, you're right. I think this is also why sort of computer vision seems to be more attainable, but I mean, at the end of the day, it isn't. That's also how you see what sort of products exist that actually contain computer vision. I mean, they're more or less banal. For example, a lawnmower, right? It's super difficult for them to recognize a sort of a specific animal or a weed, even though classification is already taxonomy, so you would imagine that would be a sort of easy system to implement. But I think, I myself, I'm a little bit dubious if we're ever going to get to a world where it functions right, because that, I think, is already an assumption in, for whom is it supposed to work? I think it was really telling that the CNET RGBD dataset, for example, is developed by Imperial College London, and their robotics lab is funded by James Dyson. So it's the company Dyson that makes all of the sort of vacuum cleaners and the hairdryer. And he specifically funded this lab because he was saying in terms of mechanics, we're far enough that we could all live in these automated homes where you have leisure time and you don't have to do any of these chores anymore, which also is a dream of the 60s, right? Like the first dishwasher actually was sort of implemented in the same way. Like now the housewife, because of course in that sense it was always sort of this nuclear family, and the wife was at home cleaning, would suddenly have free time, but what it did is just up the hygienic standard. And so I think this is a similar situation where we're in now, where on the one hand it's who is this technology actually developed for, and so right, does it function right, would be defined by that. And the other thing as well is that I don't think it's a development that happens in a vacuum. So similarly to previous developments, it's not something that's going to solve the fact that people are overworked and don't have time to clean. So just because the technology now can bring me the beer or can do the vacuum cleaning while I'm on a Zoom call doesn't actually solve the societal problems. And so I think for me, computer vision is more of a vehicle to talk about that than to solve the problems of computer vision itself, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for the talk. I couldn't help but think of this sentence question I came across like a year ago, which was, what if all software we used was made by someone who loved us, by people who loved us? And I was just thinking about what you were talking about and like this technology being used in a very intimate domestic setting. And I think your work's really interesting in like putting the problems right in front of us. And I'm wondering whether you've come across any projects or any kind of counter movements to this, and like whether you've like thought or like started thinking about like what could, like that question that I asked at the beginning, be applied in this setting.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, not technological projects. I think for what I've seen now, when technology comes into play, it tends to be a universal, or not problem, but it tends to be defined as a universal problem. And when it's intimate, it's more like, hey, can I help you clean up your room? And then that's actually even difficult for the person whose room it is, or like you want to help someone move, and you need to put it into boxes labeled by the rooms that they're going to be in later, and that's also difficult. So I think, yeah, talking about intimacy, I haven't yet found a sort of technological solution to that. But it might also come back to the fact that, like, the way I at least often use software is not necessarily what it was intended to do. Like I remember a project I once did with a app called 123D Catch. This was around in like 2013 or something. And you could take on your phone a bunch of photos and do photogrammetry in like quite an attainable way. And I thought it was awesome that a lot of people tried the software for the first time on their body to see like if it works, right? To sort of see yourself mirrored. And so just downloaded all of that sort of body data and then created sort of new bodies, calling them proxy body, and trying to see if we can make sort of a amalgamated identity together, putting it on cloaks and stuff like that. But what I'm trying to get at is when I would present that work, I often got the question of like, why are you misusing the technology, right? You're like, you weren't supposed to use other people's scans to then make your own work out of it. And I think, like similarly to this, where it's so much cooler when, you sort of take on a technology in a way that actually makes sense to you. And I think intimate spaces happen there. So less sort of trying to create a computer vision that might help my loved ones, but much more what kind of stuff can we use that's already out there. That might be a technology, but that might also just be myself in a much more significant way. Thank you. I think we're good. Is there one more question? No? Thank you.